All right, everybody, welcome to the Paid Voters Check-In Station. Crack and water will be served. There are no breaks. Grab your wristband, and don't worry, checks will be direct deposited tomorrow morning. Say it with me. Ice out, terror in. Ice out, terror in. Ice out, terror in. Ice out, terror in. Man, we are so retarded.
Hopefully that asshole dumb fuck finder doesn't find us.
Anyway, everyone say fuck California on 3. 1, 2, 3, fuck California.
Fuck California.
Fuck California.
Hey!
This is the only graffiti I'm cleaning up. The rest across the city, that's art. This here is not. I run this town. Fuck ICE. I'll melt all the ice and use the water to put out the fires I started once and for all. Vote for me. Viva Mexico. Ice out, terror in. Ice out, terror in. Ice out, Viva Mexico. Si se puede.
Okay, this is retarded. We're defunding the police and letting in illegals? I know. It's like, what are we even doing?
It's dumb. No police and open borders. That's just chaos.
Exactly. It's completely illogical. So dumb.
Vote for me for more peaceful protests just like this one. Viva Mexico, cabrones.
Cabrones, what's up? Cabrones, cabrones, how you doing? I'm JimTellsYou. I go to tell you the news.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Jim, and I'm here to tell you the news. Yes, it's Wednesday, hump day, as they say in places. There's Bella. She's just chillinating. And what's up? Let's see who's here tonight. None of your business is here. What's up, none of your business? Great to see you. Miss Hacker's here. How you doing? American Dreamer's here. American Dreamer's gifted a membership and then gifted another's membership. Wow. Thank you, Dad. Let's see who got those memberships for American Dreamer. It says Seagull Gunner got one, and Donald Jackson, 12XU, got one. Thank you so much, American Dreamer. That means the goal. You like the gift. I appreciate the gifts. It's very thankful. Jay Schwartz is also here. Yeah, Christine's here. What's up, Christine? Great to see you. Jonathan's here. Yes, the Narrow Way. Kelly's here. Yeah, so what we're doing right now, that means thanks to American Dreamer, we are now $88 away from adding an additional hour to the show and $38 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much, American Dreamer. Wow. And so, yeah, so the goal is the goal. Sherry's here too. What's up, Sherry? Great to see you. You guys know how it works. For every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Robo Rats, gifted memberships, becoming members, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, Super Tips, also Locals, Coins, and Kick and Twitch memberships. We add it all up when we hit 100. We add an extra hour, and then for each additional 100 that comes in, we add an additional hour to the show. And when we hit 50, we activate Bellavision, unless somebody's so generous that they were to donate $25 or greater as a. If somebody donates 50, we activate Bellavision. If somebody donates 25 individually, we automatically donate it. So, and I added up too. So like American Dreamer already donated 2 memberships. So if she was to donate another, let's say like $15, that would automatically be Bellavision, or another 3 memberships, that would be Bellavision. Or actually, you know what, even just 2 memberships, because technically 4 memberships is $24. And so 4 memberships, I would grant that. That would be an extra $1. That would be fine. But yeah, we got a lot of news to cover tonight. We have some breaking news to cover. And it's not the breaking news you think. We have some breaking news to cover tonight. All right. Okay.
Good.
And the breaking news is earlier today, 3 rapid fire solar flares were fired directly at the Earth. They're right at the top of high M-class, low X-class flares. They're all going to arrive around the same time tomorrow afternoon, evening into Friday morning. So it might be a problem. So let's hear what the expert has to say about it.
Good evening, folks. Here are the straight facts about today's solar activity and the solar storm forecast for the second half of the week. 3 high-energy solar flares erupted in the first 12 hours of the day, peaking at X1 class flare levels. All 3 released CMEs, sparse, aimed northward, but wide enough for there to be considerable question about the Earth impact of each of them. The coronagraph from GOES shows these 3 CME clouds best. Quite the eruptive day, even apart from the 3 CMEs we're focused on here. NOAA has updated their Enlil spiral, showing 2 of the CMEs expected to impact tomorrow night after they essentially combine. The Cannibal CME event is expected around nighttime tomorrow, and Aurora should be pretty good if we do take a solid 1-2 punch. NOAA is forecasting level 3 solar storms tomorrow night and into Friday. If their model is correct, that is a solid forecast based on the history of space weather. We'll see what happens when the shock waves arrive. Still watching for more. I'll see you in the morning for the daily show. Be safe.
Yeah, be safe, everyone. So that'll be in the morning. We'll get more information, so we'll keep an eye on it. But I just want to say, this is not just me. NASA also said the sun emitted a strong solar flare on June 3rd, peaking at 7:28 a.m. Eastern time. The observatory captured the image of the event. You can see it right there. It's aimed directly at the Earth. All right. Solar flares are powerful bursts of radiation. Harmful radiation from a flare cannot pass through Earth's atmosphere to physically affect humans on the ground. Well, depends on how strong they are. However, when intense enough, they can disturb the atmosphere in the layer where the GPS and communication signals travel. So they're basically letting you know, hey, Ghost, what's up? There could be some disruptions tomorrow, possibly from this. This could disrupt satellites. So if you use Starlink, it could disrupt that. It could disrupt GPS satellites. Yeah, yay! It's a nuclear solar hellfire. Yeah, it could be cannibalistic wizard. We'll have to see. I have a different flare caused by the demon rats. Well, I know. American Jane, what's up? Great to see you. So to see how much space and they affect, you can check out their satellite stuff there. Mm-hmm. And this is their thing. So strong flare emitted from the sun. So they're saying it's an X 1.0, which isn't that serious, but it can be depending on how, this is the flashes, what they look like. That 2 different solar flares, bang, bang. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this stuff. And possibly there was a third one, which still they're not tracking, haven't talked about the third one, which the third one was the strongest one. So we'll have to see how that goes. So, yeah. So let's jump right into the news story of the evening. Let's say that we could do that. And the first story is the Supreme Court allows Alabama's GOP-backed congressional map for the midterms.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling, paving the way for Alabama to pursue a new congressional map. It's designed to give Republicans an edge. Former Deputy Attorney General John Yoo and former White House Deputy Chief of Staff Karl Rove are here. I'll talk to you about the constitutionality of all this in a second, John. But first to Karl. Will Republicans get the edge they are seeking with this?
Oh, absolutely. What we're talking about here is the 2nd District of Alabama, which was drawn explicitly to create a majority-minority district. That is to say, a district in which a majority of the voters are black. And it runs literally from the eastern border of Alabama to the western border of Alabama, taking in part of Montgomery, a big city, but also splitting Mobile. You'll notice it goes down here, and there's a little fish hook that comes into the central city of Mobile. South Mobile County is connected to the rest of the 1st District by Mobile Bay. And so this is you used to have a district that was centered on the southeastern corner of the state, Mobile and Opelika, and then another district centered on Mobile in the southwestern corner. But that's what's going to happen is that district's going to disappear, and these 2 districts are going to end up being sort of like they used to be. And this will be, both of them will be Republican districts.
Yep, really Boom, you're right.
Stuff. However,
Margie, how you doing?
In all of this, in this case, John, Justice Sotomayor noted Alabama violated the 14th Amendment by intentionally diluting the votes of black voters in Alabama. How did you see it?
Justice Sotomayor's dissent, however, is under the standard that was used before the Louisiana versus Calais case, in which the court just came down with a decision in the last 2 weeks saying that lower federal courts can't order states to create black majority districts unless there is a finding of past discrimination. And here's the important part that responds to Justice Sotomayor. You have to show, if you're suing the state, there's not some other explanation. For example, Carl just gave that very strange geography created for that district. What if the old districts had been created just to maximize protection of incumbents, which the Supreme Court said is okay, or was doing it to provide Republicans with a much bigger advantage over Democrats? The Supreme Court said that's okay under the Constitution. And so if the lower court here was saying, no, you have to create this because I think you were really hiding behind Republicans, hiding behind incumbents to really just protect whites, the Supreme Court said you need to really show that that's true. There has to be a high level of proof. You just can't assume it. And if you did, you have to go back and let the state hold the elections under the old map.
Carl, we'll finish off with your thoughts on this media reaction to the Alabama decision. Watch.
The courts are not coming to save you. They're not coming to save Democrats. Republicans aren't going to self-regulate and be good actors here. They're going to take what they can get. They cannot win without rigging it.
Now Alabama gets to go back.
They've been rigging it forever. The Democrats have been rigging it forever.
To its old discriminatory ways.
It took us 50, 60, 100 years to get a voting rights act. Can I just say that the wheels of government move really, really fast when we want to dilute black voting power?
Final thought from you on that, Carl.
Wow, dilute black voting.
Well, look, the court basically said we need to be colorblind. I mean, can you imagine? Insert the word white in there. We want to create white majority districts, or we don't want to dilute white voting power. What the court is saying is you can do it on the basis of politics, you can do it on the basis of geography, you can do it on the basis of community of interest, but you cannot
what's up, dog digger?
For these districts simply in order to advantage one race over another.
John, Carl, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us.
Draw boundaries.
District.
Yeah.
What if the old districts had been created just to
We saw all that. All right. So Supreme Court gave Alabama a victory, issuing emergency order. The order says that they can use the maps that were blocked by the lower court. The ruling came after last month they vacated a lower ruling blocking their 2023 congressional maps. I mean, these maps, they've been blocking these maps for years. Yeah, Democrats have a sense of entitlement to cheating. Oh, they do. You're going to see it. You're going to see it. You're going to see it in California. They're really, really going to wrap it up in California. They're going to ramp it up. They're going to do it with illegal votes. That's right. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. So Kay Ivey celebrated the ruling, confirming that Alabama's August 11th primary will be conducted using the 2023 map. The Supreme Court confirmed what I've said all along, that Alabama knows our state and the people in our districts best. Now, if we can only figure out a way to eliminate the female vote, we can save our country. Oof. Hey, Dog Digger, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. Mama Pillow, awesome to have you here. So, yeah, I'll see y'all at the polls, she says. So the fight comes. In an unsigned opinion, the court wrote the state has also made a strong showing of irreparable harm and the equities of public interest favorites. Raid. Thank you for the raid, everybody. Thank you for the raid. Incoming raid. Thank you. Wow. Thank you to everybody who's coming over from Robert Gavea's channel. It's greatly appreciated. Please stick around. I'm going to try to get through this story that he covered really quick here. If you're late joining, you missed out on the news about the solar flare. Natalie Ray, great to see you. There was a triple solar flare this morning. It'll be impacting sometime tomorrow. We're going to have to keep an eye on it. Could cause some disruptions if you use satellite services like Starlink or GPS, possibly some other stuff, but we still don't know enough information about it. But just keep an eye on it. Hello, watchers. Great to see you. Yes, all you people when you're here, when you come over, if you could just go ahead and hit that like and, if you want, maybe subscribe, that would be great. Had to restart the phone. That's okay. Smash the like button. It'd be good. So, yeah. So we got that. Now we're going to jump into this story, which is very interesting. Trump smokes garbage CNN Caitlin Collins in a takedown for history books. Be quiet. There's something wrong with you. Wow.
This pocket-sized pressure tool is so powerful.
Wow, look at his popper.
It strips a decade of grime off concrete in 30 seconds.
Can you explain why you decided to drop the anti-weaponization fund?
So I love it. I think it's so important. This is a victim right here, but not only a victim, he was also a student of it. What happened to great people, great American people, the way they were victimized, the way they were savaged. You have suicides. They killed themselves. They went bankrupt. They were weaponized by the Biden administration, by a bunch of thugs, including Obama people. And like nobody's probably ever been. I mean, I can think of maybe 2 instances in this country where they've had it to somewhere that extent. I'm not even sure if it was so much. They were put in jail for long periods of time. They were accused of things that never happened. They had prosecutors that were radical lunatics, and their lives were destroyed. And frankly, we had a lawsuit that against us on the weaponization, where the judge, a radical left judge, ruled against it. And we'll see how that all works out. But a radical left judge ruled against it. But these people, their lives have been destroyed. Their families have been destroyed, many of them. I'm not just talking about a few people, many of them. I'm one of them. They raided my house, Mar-a-Lago. That never happened. Nobody ever thought of anything like that. It turned out that it was a total fake. Everything about it was fake and corrupt. We have all the information. The good advantage to sitting here is we can get information that you wouldn't get by what we have and what we are going to be showing over the coming weeks and months. You're not even going to believe. Some of you will believe it. Like CNN,
I'm trying.
Because they knew what was going on. They're crooked as hell.
Crooked as all hell.
Corrupt organization, but with a corrupt reporter standing right there. Never smiles.
Oh, he just goes, man.
Young,
he don't mess around.
Woman never smiles. I never see a smile off her face. I see her standing there with hatred in her eyes.
Hatred in her eyes.
She has hatred because we have borders, because we have a strong military, because we cut our taxes, because we do things that everybody wanted, and then we win our election in a massive landslide. We win 87% of the counties in this country. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And that's because we're doing the right job. And we took a detour down to Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances. We can't let that happen. So the reporters should be happy. They shouldn't be unhappy. They should be very happy. Because you know what we're doing? We're saving our country. Yes.
Wow. That's interesting, right? No, I don't want to watch the next one, so stop.
This brilliant little device keeps any room.
No, what are you doing? Why do you do that to me? So later he had some more comments. There's 2 clips here. We're going to get this other one. But first, we got to say thank you so much to Laird Schlinger. Here, in and out. What's up? Well, thanks for being here, iRule. Trump can just resume his suit for $10 billion since the settlement's been dropped. I think they might just be delaying it. It's possible. They might just be delaying it. They might restart it. I mean, this could just happen later after the election or something. They could do it. But thank you so much, Laird Schlinger, for 5 on Cash App. That means right now we are 83 away from adding a first additional hour and 33 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much, Laird Schlinger. Thank you. Yes. Hi, Rule. Pat, what's up? Great to see you. What's up, CF Rob? How you doing? Great to see you. Thanks for being here tonight.
This brilliant little device keeps any room in your home ice cold all summer long, even during heat waves and blackouts.
Mr. President, just to clarify on what you said, excuse me, Mr. President, just to clarify on what you were asked earlier, is the $1.8 billion DOJ fund dead or is it on hold?
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers. I don't know. I know one thing.
He doesn't want to answer that because it's on hold. It's not dead. It's just on hold. Because they're going to bring it back once they can. I think so. That's my opinion. They're going to bring it back. That's my opinion.
The weaponization. Are you talking about the weaponization fund?
Yeah,
the weaponization fund, as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I didn't make it, but I heard that. I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative. She was a conservative from Alabama. Can you believe it? But CNN, in particular, CNN does such false reporting. But now they have new ownership, so maybe it'll straighten it out. I doubt it, but it's hard to straighten garbage out. But CNN has abused, and others have abused so badly. People, these are people that are great people. that were destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many
Hey,
suicides.
thanks, Chuck.
They committed suicide. People that went there with love. They went there with love. You know, when I made that speech early in the day, tremendous crowd. I hate to say because they'll say, oh, I was wrong on the number, but I believe it's the largest crowd I've ever spoken to by twice. The biggest crowd, I think, bigger than the inaugurations, bigger than anything. And there was so much love and friendship. It was the most amazing thing. People were crying. They were like, wait a minute, let me finish. And those people have been abused by you and by others and by the politicians, by the Democrats. They're dumb people. They want to have open borders.
I call them
They
demon
want to have
rats.
transgender mutilization of your children. They want to have men playing in women's sports. They want to have high taxes. They turned down, you know, they fought us on the tax bill, and they fought us because they want people to pay high taxes because they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with you. It's
Something
a
wrong
shame.
with
Yeah,
them.
go ahead, please.
There's something wrong with you, piggy.
Home Depot hates.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So, oh, wait a minute. What happened? Uh-oh. 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 That's not good. I boomered the stream. Sorry. I'll fix it. I don't know how I keep boomering the streams like that. So yeah, so that was it for anyway. Yeah, I hate when that happens. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to stop it from playing that other video. He only says what I'm thinking. Yes, he's great at that, isn't he? So yeah, so that was good. It's always great when Trump just slaps these, metaphorically, verbally, however you want to say it, slaps them around. She has evil cartoon eyes. I know she kind of looks like what's his face, Scott Pressler, the guy who does all the work. So, and then we got this story here. MAHA-backed Zach Lon defeats Trump-endorsed Randy Feenstra to win the Iowa GOP nomination for governor. So this is one of them things like, MAHA won, which I like that. I like MAHA to win. But why was, Trump not? So they're going to try and say, oh, look, Trump lost one. This is the first candidate that Trump nominated this cycle that didn't win the primary. The first one. All the other ones won. So Zach Lon, projected winner for a Republican for governor. So Iowa could use a good Republican governor instead of the ones that kind of sucked so far. So he's won the nomination. MAHA endorsed farmer and businessman narrowly defeated U.S. Rep. Randy Feenstra, who carried a late endorsement from Trump in Tuesday's crowded primary. With 99% of the votes counted, Lon took 80,000 votes to Feenstra's 79,000. So really, they're like less than 0.7% apart or something like that, 0.8% apart. Like not a big win. The rest of the field split the remaining votes. So yeah, Feenstra conceded Tuesday night before the race was officially called. The result marked a major setback for Feenstra, who represents Iowa's 4th district and entered Election Day as the best-known Republican in the race. Feenstra had a congressional profile, a fundraising advantage, support from prominent Iowa Republicans, including former Governor Terry Branstad, and a late endorsement from President Trump. Less than 1% equals a recount. I don't know. I don't know. The guy already conceded, though, so Douglas, if he already conceded, they're not going to do it unless it's an automatic recount. Well, hey, what's up, Delays Obvious? Great to see you. Carino, thanks for being here. Land had around a 1,600 vote lead ahead of Feenstra shortly after midnight Eastern time with 99% of the votes counted. He said, I just called Zach Lon and said, hey, you got to carry this torch. We got to keep the state red. You got to make sure you beat Rob Sand, and I'm all in to help him out. So that's good. That's what you call sticking together, What's up, Snarf? Good to see you. Trump endorsed Feenstra just days before the primary, calling him MAGA all the way and giving him his complete and total endorsement. Well, that doesn't mean the other guy's not MAGA. That just means that guy was who Trump decided he wanted to support for whatever reason. He probably, what probably happened, since this says it just days before the primary, this probably was Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, twisting, basically like trying to put political pressure on Trump to endorse the guy who's a congressman from Iowa. Catherine K, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Feaster campaign as a close ally of the president, highlighting his support for Trump's agenda on border security, tax cuts, energy production, and agriculture. Lon, meanwhile, ran as an outsider candidate and drew support from MAHA Action, a political group aligned with the Make America Healthy Again movement. His campaign website describes him as a father, a farmer, and a businessman, advancing Iowa First agenda, which there's nothing wrong with that. Jason Fisher, what's up? You had a wonderful day. I see the House knife Trump again. Well, that's going to happen, It's going to happen. But I don't think it's that big of a deal because two reasons. All right. People talking about, oh, my God, the House voted for the War Powers resolution. Well, the Senate has to also pass the same exact one, which I don't think they have yet. And Trump's got to sign it. He can veto it. But there's also the silver lining of the War Powers Act is unconstitutional. It's never been challenged. Every president, including the president, it was vetoed by the president. I believe Ford. I believe it was either passed under Nixon or Ford, and they vetoed it, and then eventually got signed under saying yeah, this is unconstitutional. And every president, Obama, Clinton, Carter, Ford, Reagan, Bush, Obama, Biden, Trump, they've all said it's unconstitutional. So we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens. Oh, Rebecca Gallen says, hello, new sub. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, to all the people that came over, if you could hit the like button, it really does help to grow the channel. We're a small channel, which Rob is helping us out so much to help us grow. When Rob first started raiding us, we were right around 2,000 subs, and now we're almost 2,500. So that's great. I'd love to be like a 10,000, 15, 20, 30, 50, 100,000 sub channel. Just going to keep working at it and hopefully bringing you guys something you enjoy and that you like to see, and you'll stick around. But I really appreciate it. If you do. So let's see what Fox has to say about this race. Oh, you're so smart. Thanks for sharing. Well, I'm really not that smart. I just read stuff. I can read well, and I can comprehend what I read. And generally, I can smell BS when I see it. I go, that don't sound right. That don't sound right. But thank you for the compliment, Lisa. It's greatly appreciated. Says Iowa Democrats seek to flip the Senate seat. Yeah, they're not flipping a Senate seat in Iowa. I don't know where they think.
Now to Iowa, where Democrats are choosing a nominee in a closely watched Senate race, while Republicans face a crowded governor's contest with no clear frontrunner. Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble is in Marion, Iowa for us tonight.
In just hours, the candidates will be set in a critical matchup for a Senate seat Democrats are targeting to flip. The Democratic primary also serving as a major test for the party's direction ahead of the critical midterm elections.
And it's time to rotate the crops here in Iowa so we can have a new vision.
Iowa State Senator Zach Walz is challenging State Representative Josh Turek.
This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity that we've got here in Iowa.
In the race to take on presumptive GOP nominee Congresswoman Ashley Hinson in November. Walz is positioning himself as a progressive, backed by Senator Elizabeth Warren, and is making his opposition to Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer a central part of his campaign. Schumer has yet to publicly weigh in on the race, but Turek has endorsements from former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a handful of senators, and the last Democratic senator Iowa voters elected, Tom Harkin. Some voters say Turek can win over Republicans, while others are drawn to Walz and his anti-establishment message.
Turk, I voted for him. I think the biggest thing is try to find somebody, and you hear this a lot, realistically has a chance to win.
I do also like that he is willing to work with both sides.
I voted for Zach in the Senate race. There's no bad choice between the two. I just feel like he had a more polished style.
For her part, Hinson says both candidates' policies are similar, and in the general election, she's not concerned.
You know what they should have did is they should have asked all these people that voted, that are saying they're voting, who did you vote for president? And I bet they all would have said they voted for Kamala Harris or Biden, you know what I mean? Or Obama or any of those people. Because, they're clearly just Democrats in Iowa. And of course, there's going to be some Democrats in Iowa. But even though they tried to put forward that phony poll, if you remember in 2024, the lady that was for the Iowa Standard or whatever it was, or Des Moines Register, tried to come out and say, "Oh my God, Kamala Harris is within this, is ahead and going to win," and it was completely BS. And Trump won by 14 points in Iowa. Yeah, they're not winning. They're not taking a Senate seat in Iowa. It's not happening. It's not happening. That's fool's gold. That's like Republicans thinking they're going to take a Senate seat these days in New York or California or Jersey. It's just really, it's maybe possible, but fool's gold. Gundam says Luna is filing charges against Code Pink, remember, and requesting the speaker bar them from congressional spaces. Well, is there more to that story? Or Douglas says Jim Swat, he can do stuff. If California had honest elections, many GOP will win. Yeah, but they don't. That's the thing. You got to live in reality. They don't. They cheat. They're going to keep counting ballots for 30 days after the election until they get where they want to go. Yeah, it was freaking awesome. You love your president? Oh, I do too. Yeah. Well, comprehend, huge issue with me. Well, I don't know. I have good reading comprehension skills. Progressive means their progress towards communism. Yes. Yeah, they're not going to say that. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's, you got to ask them, who'd you vote for? And they would have said, oh, they're not giving up. You're not giving up California yet. Well, I don't want to give up California, but until they actually like get some reforms with the way they do elections. Yeah, this is primary month in New York. Yeah, until they get some reforms, Hey, Steve Hilliard, great to see you too. Okay. Gundam has a link for that, so we will pull that up. I have confidence that we're going to do a lot of good stories tonight. So let's see what else they have to say.
Learned about either of them.
Iowans are really common sense people, and whether it's Josh Turek or Zach Walz, both of them are extremely liberal.
Extremely liberal.
There's also a crowded field of Republican candidates seeking the nomination for governor. That race will be a test of President Trump's endorsement power. He waited till just days before the primary to throw his support behind Congressman Randy Feenstra. John?
All right, great to Trimble for us and Marion.
Yeah, well, we know that Randy Feenstra lost by under 1,000 votes, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And then we got coming out of Iowa. It seems that Iowa Dem Josh Turk takes down lefty foe, teeing up showdown against Ashley Hinson for Senate. Code Pink leader whacked Polina on the arm. She's filing assault charges. Well, good. Farmers in Iowa are deeply red. Yes. Yeah, all farmers are deeply red. I think Hilton is up in California, oddly enough. Well, he's up, but I mean, this is just going to be a runoff election because nobody's going to get past 50%. Yeah, you put your hands on me anywhere and you'll never touch another person. This primary has been so crucial and interesting how so many are figuring out that the demon rats suck. Yeah, people are figuring it out. Perhaps another state can help count. Well, we'll see. We shall see. What did I do with that? Wait a minute. Where did that one go? Where did it go? Damn it. I swore I pulled it up. Oh, there it is. So we'll do this. We'll pull this over here. Oh, there it is. I had it there. All right. Oh, I had it there already. All right, there we go. All right. Sorry. My bad. I was trying to get that other one. Your internet's been in and out for 24 hours. You're not a happy person right now. Well, just a warning. If you came in a little late, Anne-Marie, there was massive, decent size, large solar flares, 3 of them earlier today. They will be impacting us later today. I will pull it just for everyone to see real quick, like, So this happened earlier today. Hideous. Hopefully this is wrong. So this is what happened. There was these solar flares. You see there was 1, 2, and then they joined together. And this is the Earth cracking into us tomorrow. It's going to be pretty high up here. So we'll have to see. And then this was just earlier today. And then after this happened, after that happened, there was another one, which was even a little stronger. So late night tomorrow-ish in the evening to Friday morning, it's going to be interesting. Hey, what's up, B-Hops? Great to see you. Ghost says, I was a demon rat trained to Kool-Aid for years. Now I'm thankfully so I know how they think. That's good. Trevor, Timmins County can see 2 live volcanoes from where I live. Oof. Dream. Wow. That's not it. Someone cut a line. Well, no, I'm saying to be aware that tomorrow night, Friday morning, there could be some more disruptions, is what I'm saying. Yeah. You think they kicked the real liberals out? Yeah. Solar weather. Yeah. Pray for California. The entire county is out. Wow. They're taking out liberals like they're no longer welcome. Yeah. Yeah. They go on insane, so angry that all overtime and everything, it's not good for anyone's health or well-being. Yeah. Well, it is. So Trump endorses Hinson secures Iowa Senate nomination. Wait.
With respect to national security, China obviously has all the chips they need. That's the reason why they don't need ours. And Huawei has done a very good job. They're obviously one of the largest companies in the world. They had a record year. They're flourishing in our absence, and they're now exporting their technology out to the rest of the world, competing with American companies around the world. And so I think that their ability to secure technology for their national security reasons, I think they have more than ample for their own needs.
That's NVIDIA founder and CEO Jensen Huang speaking with Maria on Thursday about the race to dominate AI between the U.S. and China. The White House has approved allowing NVIDIA to
What? This was not what is going on. This was not supposed to be what. It's supposed to be this thing, Ashley Hinson.
It's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others. It's not your everyday car.
With respect to national
CCP, I can buy the CCP.
States have you. Good morning. What I
Sorry.
gained from those comments from Jensen Huang and other comments that he has made is basically this is a very competitive landscape. This is not the time for the United States to take its foot off the gas and slow down, but actually we should be accelerating right now, Congresswoman, when it comes to AI.
Yeah, Jackie, I couldn't agree more. And when we look at this technology, the question isn't really whether AI is going to shape the future for the United States. It's whether that future is built by the United States or whether it's written by the CCP in Beijing. So the way I see it right now, the stakes are incredibly high. And through my work on the Select Committee, we've been able to discover some of the malign practices, obviously, of the CCP. I can assure you that they are not developing these technologies out of the goodness of their hearts. And the way we see it, they are, in essence, attempting to weaponize it. You heard him talking about the chips and their tactics there. This is about economic and political leverage.
And you wrote an op-ed talking about our AI future belongs to our children, not to Beijing. And part of the narrative in there, I think, is also kind of honing in on this idea of fear-mongering, where you've got the left fear-mongering that AI will take all of our jobs, that it will be used for nefarious purposes. And therefore, here in the United States, we've got to pull back. We've got to over-regulate it and do all of these things. But your point is basically, if we don't do it, and if we don't do it the right way, China will.
Right. China's model is 100% state control and government driven. Ours is innovation and entrepreneurship driven. And I can tell you, being in Iowa, we are front and center to how AI is being used for good. Our farmers are using it to make sure they're applying fertilizer only what they need, right? So they can use less of those inputs and have a better yield. They're using it to track water so they can be efficient in what they do every single day. I visited manufacturers who want to use AI to be able to advance what they're doing and then put their human capital where they need it to go. So that's what we're seeing happen on the ground with AI here in the United States, which is why it's so critical that we don't overregulate this, that we get out of our own way, and we do this in the right way as policy leaders.
So that's who's going to be the nominee for the Republicans to run for the Senate in Iowa. She sounds like she's can speak, and she seems like she's not a dummy. I don't know. And she's kind of attractive. So I hope she wins. You know. Also, she's not a crazy communist. So that's good, right? We'll have to see. And the person she's running against is this guy, Josh Turek. All right. Oh, wait.
I'm not sure how much you read about the lawsuit or got into it with the.
So, yeah. So the seat is a Republican-controlled seat in Iowa. Is a top target for the Demon Rats. The race is one of about a dozen crucial showdowns. Hinson's backed by Trump and leader John Thune. We're gonna talk about Scott Pelley. I have it in the stack. We'll get to it. So Hinson, who in 2020 flipped a Democrat-held seat that covers the northeast portion of Iowa, is seen as a rising star in the party. Yeah, she a former Democrat congressional seat she flipped in 2020 and has held it. You know, and now she's going for Senate. So she obviously has crossover appeal. So she's going to continue to fight every day to make sure that everything is affordable for Iowa families to take on big pharma and big health. Iowa was once a top battleground state that former Barack Obama carried in 2008 and 2012, but the state has shifted to the right in recent election cycles. Yeah, I wonder why that was that Iowa went. What was going on there? That was weird. Republicans hold both of the state's Senate seats, Ernst and longtime Senator Chuck Grassley, and all 4 of Iowa's congressional districts, as well as all statewide offices except for the state auditor.
Well, I'm excited to be going to the place where I was born and raised, West Des Moines, Iowa, to kick off my 99 county tour. You know, if there's one thing about Iowa politics, it's that you need to go out and earn Iowa's votes. And they do a really, really good job of vetting candidates. That's what we do best in Iowa, answering those tough questions, challenging our politicians. And so I look forward to going out and talking with Iowans. And I think no better place to do that and to launch my campaign for U.S. Senate than in my hometown of West Des Moines, Iowa.
And after that, over the ensuing months, across the state, all 99 counties?
All 99 counties. And I think we have a great message to tell of working with President Trump to follow through on Iowans' priorities. I hear about those all the time as I'm out in my district, and those are my priorities. As a working mom, I have Max and Jax, they're 14 and 12, and I think about what's at stake for them. And they do want a safe country to live in the future. We've got to keep taxes low. We've got to have a safe country with a secure border. We need to stand up for rural agriculture in Iowa, and I think Iowa does things right. We have a common sense approach in Iowa, and I don't want to see Iowa look like California. I think we need to see the country look more like Iowa.
You mentioned Donald Trump in your announcement for your candidacy. You said, I'm running to be President Trump's top ally in the United States Senate. I'm proud to fight alongside of him. I'm assuming in Iowa, which is a state that now tends to trend right, that helps, but is that maybe going to hurt you, maybe possibly with independent voters in the middle?
I don't think so, because when I look at what message we're out selling, it's what exactly they voted for in the last election. Iowans overwhelmingly sent President Trump to the White House. They overwhelmingly sent me to the White House. I won by 15 points last time. And I think that's because of that message between common sense and crazy. And we're executing on what I heard on the campaign trail, which was that they wanted lower taxes. So what did we do? We delivered on the protecting against a $4 trillion tax hike. The average Iowan in my district would have paid basically the equivalent of 7 weeks worth of groceries and extra taxes. So that's tax relief right for the middle class. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, relief for seniors. Those were all things we heard out on the campaign trail. Look at what we've been able to do with the border, a secure border already, and we're following through on our pledge.
Doesn't she kind of look like Danny on Direct? Doesn't she kind of look like Danny? Right? The interview has low volume, unfortunately. I turned it up all the way.
To deport illegal immigrants who are dangerous in our communities, and we're doing that. So it's rare that politicians do exactly what they say they're going to do, and that's why I am proud to stand with the president.
I was able to change it to voice boost. I don't know if that made a difference.
There's more to do.
After you announced the Senate Democrat Campaign Committee took aim at you for quote unquote repeatedly voting to raise costs, make life harder for Iowans, slashing Medicaid, the chaotic tariffs, threatening Social Security.
They're all lies.
Your
They're all
response?
lies. They're all lies.
I think they're misinformed at best. And I can tell you this, I've been out doing public town halls. I just finished my 46th and 47th public town hall in the district, and talking about what 47 is doing to make our country better, cleaning up the mess of 46. And I think that when I hear the lies and the fear mongering coming out of the left, it's to only cover up for the fact that they have no message and no real leader other than Bernie and AOC and now Mamdani in New York. And if that's the direction they want to take our country, I think Iowans are going to reject that wholeheartedly.
You brought up the town halls, and Democrats point to those town halls. You and some other Republicans, there's been some protests at these town halls. Will you be planning on doing more of them as you kind of run now for the Senate?
I'm doing public events, and I think that's what's really important. Is I have always pledged to be transparent and accessible. I was a journalist before I was a politician, and I try to carry that same mantra now as I'm taking on these duties as a legislator here, whether it's in Congress in my current role or hopefully my next role as the United States Senator from Iowa. I think that it is really important to be transparent and accessible, and I will go out and defend our agenda anytime, anywhere, and talk with Iowans. And my response to people has been, come, let's have a conversation. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. Try to change my mind. Let's do that in an open, honest way. And unfortunately, what we've seen is, like at my town halls last week, people just wanted to stand there, yell, and have a camera in my face to try to get a viral clip. I don't think that's productive. That's why I answered their questions in a cool, calm, and collected way, because I'm trying to change that by getting out and answering those questions.
Democrats in Iowa seem to be energized now. They flipped two state Senate seats in special elections this year. They think they have a shot at maybe flipping the U.S. Senate seat next year. What's your game plan to keep it red?
I'm working hard every day to earn the trust of Iowans, and my governing philosophy hasn't changed from Iowa's 2nd district to taking that statewide. Iowans are common sense people. Again, they want someone who's going to level with them, who's going to tell them the truth, and who's going to work on the policies they ask about. So we're not going to leave our farmers and our producers behind. That's why after 4 years of President Biden, who overlooked rural America, they finally have a champion in the White House, and we'll have a champion in the U.S. Senate to stand up for Iowa agriculture. Our small businesses felt like they were also not heard. I welcomed Kelly Loeffler, the SBA administrator, to our district.
Well, I think that's enough from her. I will say I hope she wins. We need more Senate seats, not less. We need to flip some Democrat seats because Trump needs more MAGA people in the Senate. Representative Anna Polina Luna to file charges after Code Pink activist assaults her outside of a hearing on Capitol Hill. What? Is there a video of this? After I questioned Rubio on Code Pink and their ties to CCP, their organization followed me out, berated me, and then their head person smacked me. Uh-oh, that ain't good. Help me clean my garbage. Okay. Anna Polina Luna is pressing charges after she was assaulted on Capitol Hill. Yeah, good for her. Sue them for $1 billion. Yeah, I mean, something should happen. In a post, she said members of the far left group followed her when she left the hearing and proceeded to berate her and assault her. She said, I will be filing charges. In a follow-up post, she said her account was not merely an allegation and that her staff witnessed the incident. By the way, these are not allegations. It happened. My staff was there, and it happened, and wrote statements for law enforcement. She also said that she asked Speaker Mike Johnson to ban Code Pink from congressional spaces. Wow. Code Pink is a far-left anti-war advocacy group that is funded by the CCP. That's the thing that everyone does. Code Pink is funded by the CCP. Code Pink is funded by the CCP. Did I freeze up? No, I don't think so. Does it look like I froze up? I don't think I did. Neville Roy Singham, the guy who funds all these Antifa things, who funds the No Kings protest, who funds all this stuff, millions and millions of dollars, the guy who funded Hassan Piker to go to Cuba. That's who funds Code Pink. His wife is the leader of Code Pink. The group campaigns that the U.S. should focus on a policy towards China and Cuba and face accusations. We need Bella, please. Okay. Okay, no problem. Now you get Bella with that 15. There you go. That's right. So that means right now we are $68 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody who donated today to get us here. It's greatly appreciated. The show runs on your generosity. Like I said, the way the show works is for every $100, the show's about a 2-hour show, 2.5-hour show, but for every $100 in donations, and it's total donations across all platforms that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. Each additional 100 is an additional hour, so the show can be as long as you want, 2 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever, you name it. Thank you so much, American Dreamer. Yes, Roselle, what's up? Great to see you. ZZ Ping, yes. Bill Gates is still killing us. Yes. RE code pink, I think. Yes. Bella, no, thank you. Does Bella sleep a lot? No, she's up all day. I mean, she does take naps and stuff. She's a very pretty girl. She's a very pretty girl. Yes, thank you for supporting the show. You still not see American Dreamer, just saying? Well, that's weird. Yeah. So they're far left group. They have ties to communists and China, and they have accusations aligning them with foreign influence operations. Many countries are engaging in influencer operations on American people with the intent to pit us against one another. Are you aware of any countries currently engaged in this? Ooh, I don't think there's any doubt we see evidence. Ooh, let's see. This is going to be Rubio.
Secretary Rubio, it's in my opinion, observing what's been happening on both sides, really contributing to the political divide in this country, that many countries are engaging in influencer operations to include psychological operations on the American people with the intent to undermine not just our foreign policy from the administration's perspective, but also to pit us against one another. Would you concur with that statement?
There's no doubt. Absolutely.
Are you aware of any countries in particular that are currently engaging in this?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that we see evidence of it from the CCP. We've historically seen some of it as well from Russia historically in the past in a different way. I think you're starting to see some of it from Cuba. And I think some of these are linked with one another. In fact, that group that you just mentioned actually traveled to Cuba, stayed at a very fancy and expensive hotel that is sanctioned, and I think are now being looked at by the appropriate officials to see if they violated U.S. law in the trips that they're taking. But there's no doubt that when you have people showing up with pre-printed signs 24 hours after Nicolas Maduro was arrested and extradited to the United States, that's not an organic movement. Someone's paying for that.
Wow. Someone is paying for it. It's code pink. It's coming from China. You can't allow skips? What do you mean? I don't know what this. Up all night with Freddie King. I got to tell you, poker's his thing. Okay. Rubio. Yeah, Rubio's doing great. Rubio's doing great jobs. During Rubio's testimony, Luna questioned him about the foreign influence and the advocacy groups. Members of Code Pink recently traveled to Cuba along with Hassan, the commie piker who likes to shock his dog. You know, there's no doubt when you see these people showing up with pre-printed signs 24 hours after Maduro was arrested and extradited that it's not organic. Someone's paying for that. Yeah, it's Code Pink is paying for it through their commie places. Yeah, you got to watch out. Ghost is right, especially if you're on your phone for whatever reason. When you have your phone and you're like watching YouTube on your phone, it'll like it'll like you put it in a pocket or do something. It'll just start blocking people. It happens with people who are mods all the time. Okay, and we got this story here. The FBI raids a $35 million California mansion. The tech CEO arrested for supplying U.S. equipment to Iran's nuclear military program while reporting just $20,000 in income. Yes. Wow. Anna Paulina Luna is awesome in our great state of Florida. Oh.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
you so much, Christine, for that $85. Oh, wait, I was on. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. We're in the wrong one. The 85 actually means I had the wrong thing up there. We are actually now 15 plus 2 is 17, right? Hold on. $83 away from a second additional hour to the show. $83 away from a second additional hour to the show. So look at how that works. Wow, I had the wrong banner flying up there. My bad. Wow. $83 away from a second hour. So right now the show's already an extra hour long. You see how that works? Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you. Wow. Mm-hmm. Amazing generosity, Christine. Thank you for supporting the show. Yes, thank you. Wow. Karen says, I just dropped mine, but Jim not on yet. I'll check. Yeah, it happens sometimes. You'll have to go in. The only way you can check it, because you can't see, if you block somebody by mistake, you're not going to ever see them. So the only way to do it is you have to go into your settings, and you have to go into like privacy security settings and check for like account blocks, stuff like that. And then you can unblock people, stuff like that in your accounts. That's the only way to do it. This is the guy. California tech exec charged with helping Iranian military. I'm looking for something. Where'd it go? I know I saw it here somewhere. Damn it. All right. FBI arrested a California tech CEO living in a lavish $35 million. Oh, well, no. Definitely thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. He secretly supplied tech to the Iranians, and he was hiding millions from the IRS. 63-year-old Jashmid Gomi, a dual U.S. Iranian citizen and CEO of the Tehran-based tech firm Faraz Pardaz Raynana Kakakakadaka, was taken into custody on federal charges of conspiracy to violate International Emergency Economic Powers Act. I was trying to find this video. Mm-hmm. He faces 20 years in prison, and they're going to seize his mansion and other assets. According to DOJ, he procured hundreds of controlled U.S. origin items through eBay, PayPal, and direct purchases from suppliers in Minnesota and Nebraska, then routed them through front companies in the UAE to Iran, all without the required licenses. Wow, definitely. Hey, what's up, dog? Dog Digger, great to see you. When will we ever hear the word treason? I don't know. We should see it, though. Oh, geez, settings. I'll be calling for your help later. Yeah, I wish I had millions to hide. You and me both. Wow. A significant portion of the equipment went to the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, the regime responsible for their centrifuge and uranium enrichment programs. That's nuts, right? Wow. That's just nuts. You wonder if he was naturalized after Obama dished out 2,500 Iranian visas as part of the Iran deal. Yeah, and that's weird because all those people that got the visas were all people that were friendly with the regime. They need to bust the companies selling to him too. Unfortunately, the way it works is they just have like a notice on the website saying, "Oh, this is like ITAR protected stuff, so you can't, telling you can't ship it out of the country." That's basically how they get around it. And that's because also the stuff that he was buying, we want to be able to buy as Americans. We don't want Americans to be stopped from buying them. Internal communication revealed Gomi and his associates referred to Iran as the motherland. While Gomi was living like royalty in one of California's most expensive enclaves, he was systematically looting the system and cheating American taxpayers. Bad bula bula, bad bula bula. From 2011 to 2024, he moved more than $15 million in proceeds from his illegal business into U.S. bank accounts and a construction escrow account used to build his mansion. He falsely reported those funds to the IRS as a foreign inheritance. His federal tax returns told a different story. Wow. His highest reported income in any single year was $20,000. He fraudulently claimed the earned income tax credit, a benefit intended for low to moderate income working individuals, in 7 different tax years. How is that even possible? Over the same period, he reported more than $1.7 million in home mortgage interest deductions and $1.25 million in state and local real estate taxes. I mean, this is insane. How can you be paying that interest, if you're not even making the money to cover it? The mansion itself was funded with dirty money. He purchased a vacant lot in Newport Coast in 2010 for $4.49 million and spent another $10.5 million constructing the massive residence. More than $7 million in foreign source wires, many from the same trading companies and exchange houses tied to Iran's operation, flowed into the escrow account between 2011 and 2015. This is just crazy. They better get his passport and weld on the ankle monitor. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. Well, probably some judge will probably tell him it's all right. Here we go. Oh, here's the.
Well, how about this? Breaking today in Southern California, a tech executive arrested and set to make a court appearance any moment now. He is accused of sending secret shipments to Iran's military and nuclear program. A senior national correspondent, William Lajeunesse, live in Los Angeles with the details. William.
Well, Johnny is a 63-year-old Iranian-American charged with supplying sensitive and export-restricted U.S. technology to Iran's military and their nuclear enrichment program. Jamshid Gomi is a dual citizen living in Newport Beach. The U.S. Attorney for Los Angeles has charged him with conspiracy to violate U.S. law, and he will appear in court later today. Now, according to the indictment, Gomi sent more than 250 tons of networking and encryption hardware worth millions of dollars to Iran. Over the last decade, he made hundreds of purchases of these components for the Islamic regime, but routed the shipments through the UAE to skirt U.S. law and obscure their real destination. Now, he kept his name off invoices to hide his identity, and in correspondence, he referred to Iran as the motherland.
He aided our enemies. He provided them sensitive U.S. computer components for their government, their programs, their systems.
He was probably not audited because more than likely he was a new immigrant and all that stuff into the country. And so they were like, oh, he's a new immigrant. We can't do that. That would be racist. We only audit the white people. And if you don't think that's what's happening, you're crazy. Judge Backdoor Dugan will smuggle out of a courthouse. He has at least 5 passports, I'm guessing, and I'm not a Fed. He probably has more than 1 passport. I'm sure he does. He's probably gonna all of a sudden whip up an Iranian passport that he owns, like something. The House passed the War Powers Act. Massey voted for it. Yeah, I heard, but don't panic. It doesn't really mean shit. A, the War Powers Act is unconstitutional, and B, Trump can veto it, and then they got nothing. So their choice is to just try to say cut off the funds or something. That's about all they can do.
And he enriched himself. He made millions of dollars doing this.
The allegation is he was not reporting this income generated from his business in Iran.
So Gomi wired money through multiple offshore accounts to hide his income. In fact, his tax returns show almost zero income, the highest being 20 grand in any given year. He even claimed the earned income tax credit, a tax break for low-income workers, yet he lives in a 14,000 square foot, $35 million mansion on the beach. And the IRS has traced the income to buy the house to Iran. So the indictment shows Gomi traveled to the region about 11 times in the last decade. Recently, last month, he faces 20 years, John, if convicted on the conspiracy charges.
All right, we'll continue.
Wow, it's crazy. Karen O says EB-5 foreigners have been known to send items of such abroad. Yes. Crazy. None of these items could lawfully be exported to Iran without a license. So he smuggled more than 250 metric tons of networking equipment to Iran using freight forwarders and intermediaries. Gomi knew the conduct was illegal and took deliberate steps to conceal it. He directed his UAE co-conspirators to keep his name off the shipping paperwork, to omit invoices from shipments bound for Iran, and on at least 2 occasions to hide U.S. origin computer equipment inside larger shipments. He used front companies in the UAE to obscure his role, and he personally received warnings on invoices and software licenses that exporting these goods to Iran was prohibited. Nomi and its co-conspirators referred to Iran as the motherland in internal correspondence. Here's the thing. Why is the UAE allowing this to happen? Maybe we should have a talk with the UAE. I mean, the UAE, if the UAE is letting people in their country send shit to Iran like this, maybe we shouldn't be helping them and sharing shit with them. I mean, right now, we do a lot of business with the UAE. We're protecting them. They're using our stuff. Are they stealing stuff from us? You know, and sending it to Iran? How do we know what to trust them? Rocky says he is just the fall guy. Probably. The mansion is likely with an irrevocable trust, untouchable. No, it doesn't matter what the trust says. The government can take it because it was purchased with illicit funds gained from this. So that's why they know that it was bought illicitly. So they're taking that. So I'd live in a shack on the beach. Yeah. Yeah, they're all in cahoots. Yeah, seems like it, right? The FBR's annual sales exceeded 10 million and ran to hundreds of Iranian companies and entities. A relatively small but significant portion of that business went to the most sensitive end users in Iran. They supplied U.S. origin computer networking equipment to the atomic energy company or thing in Iran. 14,000 square feet. That would suck to sweep. I need a motor home. I already did. Don't the shack thing in 78 Alaska. Already did. Okay. UAE is our oil daddy? No, the UAE is not our oil daddy. The UAE is this tiny. It's basically, I think there's 3 or 4 Emirates that are part of the UAE. So maybe it's one of them. I mean, who knows who they're, you know, they're clearly, it's clearly upsetting people, you know. It's clearly upsetting people. Nobody's paying attention. It's not like we're not allowing it on purpose. Somebody's allowing it on purpose. It's crazy. 7 Emirates make up the UAE. I know it was like, I thought it was 3 or 4. I don't know. I'm not big on Middle East politics type of stuff. I just know it's basically you know, they're basically like sheiks, whatever, that control it. And generally speaking, Emirates, I like that name. Oh, it's a good airline though. They have a good airline. I don't know if you noticed the funny looking small ships in the Persian Gulf. For hundreds of years, they have run goods across Iran. Yeah, probably. What are we paying these folks to do? Learn pronouns? Maybe. Could be. Start at home. Why did it take so long for the feds to catch it? It's amazing. It's most likely Qatar. The same people are letting Hamas stay there. Is Qatar one of the Emirates? I didn't think Qatar was one of the Emirates. I think that's a separate, completely separate country. If we could get back the trillions of dollars that have been stolen from us by illegal aliens, all the money sent to Ukraine for laundering, and stop paying NATO, stop paying the cartel, etc. Yeah, we'd be rich. We'd be a rich country. We could balance our budget totally. Yeah, dual citizenship, huge issue, unconstitutional. And the feds are too busy trying to get Trump. Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what it does. Qatar is not an emirate. That's what I thought. It's not. Yeah. According to the affidavit, they required the FBR to register as an approved vendor, which it did in 2021 and 2022. Hey, I got a guess. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
Yeah, cool. So things are going great, right?
Great.
Everything's going good. The midterms are we're gonna
we'll see.
them.
I don't know. Maybe. Could be. Possible.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
Could be.
UAE is governed by 6 ruling royal families. So there's 6 families. And they control 7 Emirates. Emirates airport lounges are the best anywhere. So yeah, so this guy sold a bunch of computer equipment and other stuff to Iran, which he wasn't supposed to. So then he laundered the proceeds of his business into the United States, deposited the sales into his account of a sanctioned bank, and then swept those funds to himself. Within days, he received corresponding wires to his U.S. accounts for a rotating set of unrelated trading companies and exchange houses in the British Virgin Islands, Hong Kong, Turkey, and UAE. These wires bore false descriptions as buying goods and for consulting fees. It's crazy. Who's this? This is a friend of mine. His name is Low Water Mark. He's a very good guy. He works in the computer industry. That's all I'll say. From 2011 to 2024, he moved more than $15 million from Iran into his U.S. bank accounts for the construction of his house. His tax returns reported almost no income. Highest income reported was $20,000 in 1 year. He claimed the earned income tax credit for low to moderate working while he was building a $35 million mansion. Isn't that crazy? At the same period, he reported more than $1.7 million in mortgage interest and more than $1.25 million in state and local real estate taxes. That's his house. And he was getting the earned income tax credit. That's crazy.
Jim, that's a tiny little house. I mean,
Tiny little house.
Yeah.
Tiny little house.
Not like yours. Yours is huge. Huge.
My house isn't even as big as this guy's garage. So he purchased the vacant lot for $4.5 million, and they paid over about $10.5 million to build it, all funded with the money that was flowing from the escrow account. Today, dumb shit, Gomi, dumb shit. That's how I read it. Gomi, Iranian U.S. citizen who lives in a $35 million mansion, was charged with selling computer technology to Iranian companies. Who's the guest? His name is Low Water Mark. Low Water Mark. See, it says Low Water Mark. Are those real? They don't look like it. See, he's a talking whiskey glass, bourbon tumbler.
Exactly.
Yes, Low Water Mark. So that story is very interesting. And then we got this other story that popped up today that I wanted to make sure we talked about. Most of the oil is in Abu Dhabi. All the financial shit is in Dubai. Yes, you know what else is in Dubai when you talk about shit is the porta potties, called the Dubai porta potties. Or is it UAE porta? It's Dubai porta potties, right? Nerd. Yeah. So Carmelo Anthony murder trial of Austin Metcalf officially has 0 black jurors. Infuriating Anthony's backers, and the jury has been seated. This doesn't bode well for him trying to scam his way out of murder. Because, why would they be so upset? They were hoping for an anti-white jury. The prosecution said the crime does not require a diverse panel of jurors. 12 jurors and 6 alternatives have now been chosen. Well, the problem, too, is that the area, the county, do not Google Dubai porta potty. Yes. Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman, Umakhlaqan, and Rakashlakamakan and Faraja are the 7 emirates. And a couple of those names I might have pronounced wrong.
Slightly.
When little, I got lost in a friend's new house. We had fun exploring. UAE is known for being crooked as hell, largest money laundering enterprises in the Middle East. What? Porta potties? I must be getting tired. Do not Google that. Do not Google that, American Jane. It's gross. That's all I'll say. If our government had any brains, they would have been selling compromised equipment to Iran. How would we know? Know what? Dubai chocolate? Oh! Gundam says any white women on a jury are as good as a black juror. The media doesn't want you talking about it because he's white and killer is black. And the judge refused, because the judge was worried, the judge refused to have this broadcast.
There is a decision that Judge John Rote is behind closed doors making right now that could have a major impact, not only on the outcome of this trial, but also on the public perception of it. The prosecution has used its strikes to remove 3 prospective jurors who are black. They made up 100% of those who are qualified who are black to serve on this jury. Now, the defense is protesting this vehemently, arguing that it violates legal rulings. As anyone who is...
This might actually be a bad idea, and I'm going to tell you why. Because this could go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court could say that, yeah, you can't do that. Really.
But they represent 100%. But
of the people who are qualified, the county is so white that they only had 3 black people that actually were in the whole pool. They only had 3 black people. that were
Well,
qualified
and
to serve.
so they have to have those 3 people on the jury. Of
No, they
course.
wouldn't have to have those 3 people on the jury, but to strike all 3 of them, if they didn't strike anybody else, that might look bad. I'm just like, I agree with them, get them off the jury because if you know what I mean, like they're gonna vote by race.
Yeah,
it's a sad state of affairs, but they're gonna vote by race. That's a twist, isn't it? Yeah, but it's a bad thing. Multiple goats may or may not have been harmed in the emptying of the porta-john. Oof. Dubai chocolate is a trendy import thing, has pistachio in it. So you can fuck right off. Oh my God. Oh, you're trying to make me sick, Gundam. And I quit drinking. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, is Libby here? I fear there's too many normies in the audience to Google Dubai porta potties. Yes, well.
Yeah, don't do it.
That you pronounced them wrong. Well, I did. I do. I didn't even see Libby. Is he here? I didn't see him. I had to check to find out it wasn't the basketball players. Oh, Carmelo Anthony? No, it's not the basketball player. All right, here, we're going to go back.
Defense is protesting this vehemently, arguing that it violates legal rulings. As anyone who has followed this case knows, race has become a talking point even well before this trial because the defendant is black and the victim was white. The prosecution argues that the circumstances surrounding this case, being a school fight in a school stadium, make it, quote, race neutral, meaning that race did not play a factor in the crime and the makeup of the jury doesn't have to legally reflect that. The judge is expected to make a ruling at any minute. In the meantime, here's a recap of what happened earlier today. Inside the Collin County Courthouse, the process of selecting the men and women who will fill these 12 seats in the courtroom of Judge John Roach continued behind closed doors. Carmelo Anthony appeared on a live camera feed, sitting at a table with his attorneys wearing a dark suit and tie, while his attorney, along with prosecutors, continued the work of finding a jury that would give him a fair trial. When prosecutors asked prospective jurors if media coverage of the case has led them to form opinions, several admitted that it had, with one replying, "I don't know if it's going to affect me, but I can't tell you those thoughts are not inside my head." Another prospective juror, who identified as an educator in Frisco ISD, where both the defendant and victim attended separate high schools, said this is close enough to home that I'm not confident that I could be completely fair. Potential jurors were also asked if the age of the 19-year-old defendant, who was 17 when authorities say he fatally stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet.
Well, hold on a second there, guy. They're trying to claim it was self-defense. So that means they have to admit that he stabbed him. Plus, it's on video that he stabbed him, and there was really no doubt that he stabbed him. So to say they're not alleging that he stabbed him, they're saying it was murder. So there's that. The voir dire rules are the voir dire rules. If they stayed within the rules, all is good. Yeah. Where was this? Virginia? No, this is in Texas. This is in Colleton County, Texas. A very conservative area. Yeah. It's funny, no one down here is really talking about this case. People in the DFW area are focused on a World Cup. What? I mean, this happened, I think, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. So they delayed it a real long time, and the judge refused to let it be televised, which is odd. Collin County. Well, I don't think this is Collin County. I think this is Collerton County, not Collin County. Collerton, I believe. Collerton County. How many short people on the jury? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. They couldn't see over the bar. Self-defense in Texas. Racism is not biology. Yeah, a year and a half ago. Yeah, Collerton County, I believe. It's Are you sure? Plano,
Texas.
All right. I don't know why I heard Colin. All right.
Would influence their judgment as well as his race. One prospective juror, who prosecutors identified as African American, said he would have a hard time putting a brother in jail. Anthony's attorneys plan to argue that the defendant stabbed.
So the guy says, I'd have a hard time putting a brother in jail. And they're like, no, that guy definitely should be on the jury.
Well, of course, because that's
It's Frisco,
modern.
Texas. Yeah, Frisco, Texas. The home of Eric July, who was also a track star. Just saying, I don't know if it's related. Colin Allred's district. Guy was an asshole. He admitted to the officer that said for his record that he had alleged perpetrator. He said, "I'm not alleged. I did it." But yeah, he's claiming self-defense. So if you claim self-defense, you have to admit to doing it.
Yeah.
That's kind of the catch-22. You can't say, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
And if it falls apart, you've actually admitted to it, so you're done.
Yeah. That's like the juror at the OJ trial saying she voted not guilty because OJ was black. Well, yeah, that's the thing. They wanted to avoid it. Short people, yes. Redirect the focus. Measure everyone. Seriously. Yeah. Short people got no reason to be on the jury. That's who you want on the jury if you're defense. Yeah, a guy who says, I'd have a hard time finding a brother guilty, putting him in jail. Oh, why is he your brother? You are correct. You know the era personally. Wow. Now you're scaring me. I thought there was going to be justice in America. But it's not like, here's the thing. There more likely will be riots because the guy's found guilty than if he's found not guilty. Put it that way. That's the sad state of affairs in America this day. I remember thinking this story was ridiculous. Yeah. BLM agitators on the Floyd jury. Derek Chauvin is still in prison. There was no injury to Floyd's neck. He died of an overdose per the medical examiner. Yeah. That's just surprised he admitted it. Yeah. I'd have a hard time finding a short person guilty. Yeah. I mean, they're so tiny. How could they hurt anybody? They're just tiny, like Cynic, tiny little person. How could they do anything? Tiny little guy.
Metcalf, who was unarmed, in self-defense after an altercation. Prospective jurors were asked if they would hold it against Anthony if he didn't testify. One prospective juror said he would, saying silence is deafening. It matters. It's difficult to ignore. But a question from Anthony's attorney, Mike Howard, drew the ire of several prospective jurors when he asked them, how do you feel about the country's immigration policies? A number of them refused to answer, saying it was irrelevant.
The judge should have immediately stopped that questioning, and that lawyer should have been sanctioned. That has absolutely nothing to do at all with a murder case. Talking about federal immigration policies? What the fuck is that? Just discovered No and Rumble chat plugins reference to hooded crowd or crossword. Oh, okay. Don't do that. Collin County is the Austin of North Texas. That's not good. The admission of guilt was crazy to me. Yeah. That's racist against leprechauns. Oh, you're right. Fact. Wow. That's crazy. I argue the Chauvin thing. People say that he was a bad cop. Well, arrest him for that, not Floyd. Yeah, well, that's the thing. If he was a bad cop, like they say, and he was doing other shit, and he was crooked, and he was on his taxes, you don't. And what they did to the other cops that were just standing there, you don't do that shit. I'm tall. I'd come down pretty hard on a short person. Well, if you fell on them, of course. Yeah, neither were immigrants. It's a crazy question. It really is. It's a crazy question. The Twilight Zone episode with Mickey Rooney, a short person, hate of tall people. SPLC's story on giving money to the group for hoods and robes across. It wouldn't let you. Do you have? I saw that update. I didn't have it. It broke after I did the story about the story about the superseding indictments broke after I already had the show all laid out. So if you get that, if you got a link for that story, I'll try to get to it.
And again, we are awaiting this decision by the judge on the defense motion to cancel these 3 strikes of black jurors from the prospective jury pool. The judge is going to make a decision on that. Tomorrow, when opening statements begin, we'll get our first look at the makeup of this jury. The prosecution and the defense both got 13 strikes out of a pool of more than 500 prospective jurors. That was whittled down to 250 today. But again, this is going to be a major decision. We're waiting, and we will bring it to you when we get it. Live in McKinney, JD Miles, CBS News.
Wow. So here's the thing. Is that why Cynic never shows himself on camera? Well, he does turn the camera on, but he's so short that the camera can't get down low enough to see him. So it just shows over his head to the stuff behind him. His chair, it's so low, and the camera just can't get that low. I'm 5'8", the average height of U.S. population. Yeah, that's downright tall in today's North Korea. So, yeah, very interesting. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. One of the potential jurors literally said, I don't know if I can put a brother in jail. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone that lives here, I can tell you that our local news coverage is just as bad as nationally. I'll be surprised if they return a guilty verdict even to all the white jury, to be honest. Too bad they were on a jury in OJ trial, and look what they did. They let off a murderer to get back at the white people. Well, Carmelo's probably not feeling too good now. Hopefully they riot. Not going to end well for them. Since when does peers include color? If there was truly peers, they would be murderers too. Yeah, they got the white women though. See, doing this over here, kissing the feet, kissing the feet. All right. And then we got this story here. CBS's new boss sounds off on Scott Pelley firing in a dramatic all hands on deck call. Yeah, we're here to represent the Lollipop Guild.
Lollipop Guild.
The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. Collin County is one of them top 10 most conservative counties in Texas. The post about Austin is complete BS. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to get it. Some other people are saying it's this, it's that. I thought it was what I heard, but I don't know. Maybe the county might be conservative, but maybe the district that the guy's in, the county might be cut in half or something for congressional districts. So. Matt Walsh had the story of the UK kid that was stabbing death because of religious persecution that you showed yesterday. Said it was being way too ignored. I talked about it yesterday. Everybody's been talking about it, haven't they? I think everybody talked about that. Henry Nowak. CBS News editor-in-chief Barry Weiss addressed the firing of Scott Pelley during a staff meeting Wednesday morning, telling employees that the network had no choice to part ways with the veteran correspondent following his public confrontation with management. Yeah, I mean, you can't go and start talking shit to your boss and expect to keep your job. It's not how the world works. You can't be insubordinate. You know, I mean, I know people see these people that go in places and go crazy and do stuff, but you can't do that, you know. The foundation of trust and mutual respect was broken, Weiss said, during the network's 9 a.m. editorial call, according to a recording obtained by the Post. You know the unsubscribed podcast energy drink? Don't wait. Hold on a second. Well, no, what happened? How did this happen? Now, see what it just did? It just did that so that it's going to show me the ads again. That is some bullshit. Pelley subsequently rejected the characterization of the meeting. Barry Weiss knows what she said is not true. Pelley told the New York Times on Wednesday. In a meeting on Tuesday in which I was effectively fired, there was no effort of any kind to find a way back. Well, yeah, don't find a way back when you're talking shit like that, dude.
Took aim at CBS News editor-in-chief Barry Weiss in a meeting gone wrong, claiming she was, quote, murdering the program, according to a source briefed on the matter. Following the highly publicized Skydance-Paramount merger last year, this is just the latest in a string of clashes with top brass, cutthroat layoffs, and more. Here are the 5 most explosive moments at CBS during the current reign of Barry Weiss. Number 5, Black Thursday.
Black Thursday, that's where they fired all the black people. No. Come on.
Barry Weiss unleashed a bloodbath at 60 Minutes on Thursday, May 28th, ousting executive producer Tanya Simon, along with other top producers and correspondents, including Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega. In the surprise
I will say this, all right, and you guys might think I'm crazy, but I read a shit ton of news articles. You guys know that. CBS News has improved dramatically over the past 3 to 4 weeks. Dramatically, the way they're covering stuff, the way they're phrasing things. The editorial people at CBS have really tried to basically be straight down the middle. It's shocking, honestly. I honestly prefer reading stuff now from CBS than even the Epoch Times. The Epoch Times used to be considered far right, whatever stuff. Like people say, oh, what they changed now, and now they're like basically taking a left-leaning view to everything now. Like CBS is more fair than Fox. Okay, yeah, CBS. Yeah, CBS is really improved under Barry Weiss. Not saying I like Barry Weiss, not saying she's great, but they have been making an effort so that they're not using leftist talking points, at least when they're phrasing stories. 60 Minutes hasn't been the same since the Bush fiasco. You let them know I heard it from you. Not one mainstream outlet is talking about it. We may hear more now that's being talked about. Well, that's awesome. Epoch has changed. Yeah, Epoch Times has changed a lot. Like, I don't know if they got sued. I don't know if something happened, if they got bought out, but they have changed dramatically.
Shuffle, Weiss replaced Simon at the helm of the iconic TV news magazine with Nick Bilton, which sources say sent shockwaves through the newsroom because nobody in the TV business had any idea who Bilton was.
It seems like it.
Number 4, CCOT report. The network came under heavy scrutiny after Barry Weiss yanked a controversial 60-minute segment by Sharon Alfonsi on a prison in El Salvador. Weiss claimed the decision was made because the piece wasn't ready.
All right, now the piece was a story where they interviewed one guy who was a prisoner at CCOT, and he made all these claims about it. And they're like, oh, we're going to run this. She's like, well, we have to verify some of the stuff. We can't just run the story with one guy who clearly has an axe to grind and say, this is what's going on there. Yeah, I got it. We're going to get to that next, I think. Let me see. Well, soonish. I have. Yeah.
However, Alfonsi was openly critical of the move, saying in an email to colleagues that she thought the decision was politically motivated, not driven by journalistic standards. A new version of the piece was later aired, which was 3 minutes longer, included the White House's reaction, as well as a more critical look at the prisoners themselves.
Oh, well, yeah. Why would you want to look at the prisoners to see the crimes that they've committed instead of just running some guy that says, oh, it was terrible. They tortured me and did this stuff and didn't feed me. And they're like, well, you look completely healthy. You don't have any bruises or no marks on you, and you look like you're in good health. Bring back Craig Ferguson. He was hilarious. Barry Weiss is only in charge of CBS News. She's not in charge of the network on a whole, just the news department. She's in charge of CBS News. So, and who owns CBS now? Someone bought CBS, right? And that's who hired her. Was it bought by Peter Thiel or something like that, maybe? Or no, because it was bought by that. What's his name? The guy with the really misshapen head. What's his name? The guy that owns Paramount and everything. What the hell's his name? He looks like a Conehead dude, real rich dude, billionaire Conehead looking dude. Not Thiel, but damn it. I can't think of his name.
Number 3, shade at the Emmys. While receiving the Mike Wallace Scholarship Award, named after the legendary CBS correspondent
Ellison, that's his right, Ellison, Harry Ellison,
called out the new direction of the network at the News Emmys.
No, yeah.
And while I want to thank CBS News for funding this generous gift towards my education, I want to also acknowledge how the recent direction of the outlet stains the legacy of Mike Wallace, the namesake of this scholarship. As corporate elites take hold
Number 2, parting shots. Last month, Stephen Colbert and David Letterman took a multitude of scathing digs at The Late Show's own network in one of its last episodes to get revenge on CBS for canceling the show of 33 years. The parting shots began with a wild skit ridiculing Barry Weiss and the new CBS Evening News anchor, Tony DeCopel.
Tony, what's that on your head? Pumpkin. Here comes the head of CBS News, Barry Weiss, to help.
The show took another unexpected turn when crew members hauled network-owned couches, props, and even a wedding cake to the roof of the Ed Sullivan Theater, where they were hurled onto a giant CBS logo.
That seems wrong.
Number 1. Enjoy the bagels. New 60 Minutes boss Nick Bilton abruptly ended a meeting with staffers following a heated exchange with correspondent Scott Pelley, sources told the Post.
Clearly, Scott Pelley thought he was more important than he was. He thought he ran the fucking place, and you just worked there, dude. So you don't start telling the CEO talking shit to him. I mean, you can't do that. You can't.
In the meeting, Pelley laced into Bilton, telling the new executive producer he had slender qualifications for his new job. He added that Bilton, quote, will never be welcome here, and asked him why he took the job under those circumstances, a source said. After 15 minutes of heated back and forth, Bilton ended the meeting saying, enjoy the bagels, as he got up and left the room, a source said. After he left, the source claims the room erupted into applause, and Nick definitely heard it.
Oh yeah, so they think these are just communists. They're fucking communists. They think they're gonna seize control of the media. First Twitter, now CBS. Leftists are losing all their propaganda outlets. Yeah. Mike Wallace was the father of fake news, along with Dan Rather. Yeah, his son Chris Wallace was no better on Fox. He used to shine the shit of Comey and all them all the time. So the firing of Pelley Wednesday morning, telling employees the network had no choice. I think we read that already. At no point did anyone suggest there could be steps taken by either side that would lead to a resolution. Weiss, well, you told the guy, your boss, that you're never going to be welcome here. Why did you take the job? Yeah, well, fuck you. You're fired. I would have told you, tell you right now, if I was at a new job, a new project, and I was having a team meeting with people, and someone said that, like, because I've gone to take over jobs that were being ran by somebody else and they were fucking it up and I had to come in and fix it. And people would give you attitude. And guess what happened, Mark?
You said, fuck you.
I said, get your shit. You're fired.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. We don't need you here. There's 13,000 guys that are in Local 134. I can get another guy to replace you. Have a nice fucking day. That's what you do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Pelley said the firing was raised in the first 15 minutes, reiterating it as a way back was not suggested. No, you opened your mouth. It was like that chart, FAFO.
Yeah.
Not past that point. He was fired for cause. Good luck suing. Yeah. To say so now is disingenuous. Source said Pelley's characterization of the meeting, while top brass noted Pelley's behavior was grounds for firing him. He thought he ran the place, and you don't. He was trying to figure something out. Weiss said that the first remarks came after a longtime 60 Minutes correspondent clashed with newly installed executive producer. Well. Weiss nevertheless praised Pelley's body of work, and unfortunately, the outcome doesn't discount the amazing contributions from Scott Pelley, specifically citing Pelley's reporting on Havana syndrome. Was it real? Enjoy the bagels. Guy was fired. No, the Enjoy the Bagels guy did the firing. That was the new executive producer, and this guy thought that he was going to talk a bunch of crap to him and everything. What's that say? 7M? What's up? How you doing, Sheila? Great to see you. So he told them Enjoy the Bagels, walked out. My boss crossed the line once, and I read him the riot act, knowing the consequences would come. I didn't expect anything different. This doesn't even seem like, honestly, the boss didn't cross any line or anything. This was just people who were like, oh, we run this, and some new guy's not going to come in and tell us what to do. We're in charge. It's like, no, you're not. That's not how this works. You just work here. At Wednesday's all-hand meetings, Sabrowski echoed Walt Weiss's praise of Pelley, calling him an integral part of 60 Minutes. His incredible body of work will always be part of history at CBS. Weiss shut down Pelley's questions about specific 60 Minutes staffers who were recently fired by answering, I'm not answering that question. How many decades was the terminated guy at CBS? I believe at least 2. Havana syndrome's where you mysteriously got cancer or something from a microwave weapon. A bunch of American diplomats got it a few years ago, if I remember correctly. Assassination attempts. Yeah, you aren't the boss of me. Yeah, Pelley asked to speak to the manager, and boy, did he get one. So, yeah. So we'll do this real quick with this thing. So basically, it just says CBS correspondent, longtime CBS correspondent Scott Pelley was fired after an explosive confrontation with the program's new leadership. Hey, Colfie, what's up? Great to see you over there on the kick. He was terminated Tuesday after a bitter clash with the newly appointed 60 Minutes executive producer. Despite yesterday's misconduct, I had hoped that in sitting down with you today, we could find a path forward. You made clear that you are not interested in such path. Your antipathy to the future of the show has come through loud and clear, and I have heard you. I therefore write on behalf of CBS News to inform you your employment with TBS is terminated for cause, effective immediately. Yeah, breaking news. Blockhead gets the axe. Pelley will be on YouTube in a month or two. Yeah, just woke up. Crickets. So yeah. So bottom line is, he's done for. He's not even going to because of his actions, and it's documented. He can't sue. He's not going to get anywhere with suing. He accused Barry Weiss of murdering the program, telling that these people had slender qualifications for the role. So basically, telling your boss you're unqualified hack that has no business being here, and then you got fired. They're trying to kill me with energy weapons, but it's not fast enough. That Pelley had hijacked his first staff meeting to disparage him. He was incivil and contemptible. Well, that's so he got fired. Godspeed, Mark Pelley, wherever you end up. So a new DOJ indictment alleges that the Southern Poverty Law Center funds went to hoods and cross burnings. What? You don't say.
Who would do that?
On June 3rd, a federal grand jury in the Middle District of Alabama, I wonder if that's what's, never mind, I'm going to say it, has been returned with a superseding indictment against the Southern Poverty Law Center, a second expanding set of charges building on the original April 21st indictment, alleging that $4.1 million in tax-exempt funds paid informants inside extremist organizations who then recruited new members and purchased materials for cross burnings and Ku Klux Klan robes and hoods. I mean, they did. They did. Hey, what's up, Ginger? Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Whatever happened to Don Lemon? Did he skate on his crimes? No, it's still going to court. But it's going to drag out, because federal cases usually take a long time. But they've been filing a lot of motions trying to get it dismissed or stuff like that. Pelley was at the end of a career, which means that Pelley lost his pension for his comments. Maybe. Well, it depends. More than likely, his pension is not like a pension, it's not like a fixed pension type of thing. It was probably just like stocks and stuff like that. So he probably has control. Where do you buy the robes with the pointy hoods anyway? I wouldn't be surprised if the companies that make the hoods and the stuff like that are actually owned by the SPLC or one of their front companies. That would be funny, wouldn't it? We buy them from ourselves. FBI used the SPLC for their info on their cases. Sometimes they did, and that means all those cases probably need to be reopened. Why can't they just retire and learn to garden? I don't know. Maybe somebody should show them how to plant a garden. Plant them in the garden. Something. Don Lemon is screaming racism and still married to a white man. The new charges do not target the general practice of paying informants, but the allegation that the SPLC made these payments without disclosing them to donors and while defrauding banks. The superseding indictment remains, you can't pay people to commit crimes. That's the thing. They paid people to commit crimes. They paid a guy to go in and steal documents. You can't do that. Somebody can steal documents and give them to you, and you can publish them, and you can use them. But if you pay somebody to go and do it, and you know about it beforehand and you discuss it, you're part of that conspiracy to commit a crime. Al Green made a complete ass of himself, publicly telling Todd Blanche to shut up a couple of times. It was hysterical. Must Google what company makes pointy hooded stuff. So the superseding indictment retains the original 11 counts, 6 of wire fraud, 4 of making false statements to a federal insured bank, and 1 of conspiracy to commit concealment money laundering, while expanding the alleged misconduct to include an SPLC's employees' knowledge that donor money purchased KKK garments, fuel, and wood burning for crosses. Holy shit. Watergate? Anyone? You like the craft? They would almost have to make the robes themselves. Who would want the liability? Well, Al Green, former congressman. Wait, conspiracies are real? Those pointy hoods have to be starched and ironed too. Yeah, maybe the SPLC has that business too. Maybe they do all the work too. That way the money just keeps coming in, you know? Yeah. The indictment also notes the organization's revenue and net assets grew more than 200% between 2010 and 2023. Some old lady probably making those. I hope she made them pay bigly. The original indictment announced by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche alongside Kash Patel alleged that the SPLC secretly funneled more than $3 million in donor funds to at least 9 informants embedded in groups including the Ku Klux Klan, the National Socialist Movement, that would be the Nazi Party, the Aryan Nations, Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, and a participant in the planning of the 2017 Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. I wonder if the SPLC paid for the tiki torches. What do you think? Think they did? Maybe. Maybe the SPLC is the one who pays for all those matching khakis that they wear. They have a nice dry cleaning place. Yeah, they probably own one. SPLC probably does dry cleaning. Prosecutors allege the informants known internally as field sources, or the Fs. Well, they're going to F around and they're going to F out. They were paid through shell accounts while the SPLC publicly presented itself as working to dismantle the same groups. The SPLC pleaded not guilty and called the allegations false. All signs point to yes. The indictment identifies 8 informants by designation and specifies payments by the group. One informant, F9, was affiliated with the neo-Nazi National Alliance, received more than $1 million over 9 years while fundraising for the organization. Prosecutors allege F9 also broke into National Alliance's headquarters in 2014, stealing 25 boxes of documents the SPLC used in a published report. Then paid a second National Alliance member $6,000 to falsely claim responsibility for the theft. They can buy them from the costume people from the movie Oh Brother, We're Out Now. Believe it or not, you used to be able to actually get those from costume shops. People would wear them for Halloween. Don't ask me how I know. A second informant, F37, was a member of the online leadership chat that planned the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. And he made racist social media posts and coordinated transportation for attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, he received more than $270,000. Dave Chappelle used to have one too. Yeah. There weren't enough of these groups, so the SPLC had to hire some more. That's right. Al Green and the dirty black drinking fountains. My question, why did they clean them? It's very interesting. Southern Poverty Laundering Center. Yes, could be. Additional payments went to members of other groups. They alleged $300,000 was paid to an individual affiliated with the Aryan Nations. Payments also went to the United Clans of America, including its Imperial Wizard. Wow. National President of the American Front, a skinhead coalition, received $19,000. He was a convicted felon for cross-burning. I know of the pseudo wrestler costumes used. Is it sumo or pseudo? Sumo, probably. The indictment does not include specific examples of how informant money was used to commit crimes. A Gap CNN legal analyst said could complicate securing a conviction. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's going to be all right. Ooh. The SPLC called the allegations false, then called the person making the accusations a racist. Same playbook. Yes, it is. The informant program dates to the 80s when the SPLC began recruiting individuals embedded in or directed into white supremacist groups to gather intelligence. What? They call their leader a wizard. Yeah. Yes. I wonder if the SPLC also funded that Patriot Front group that used to march around trying to make people think they're white supremacists. I personally think maybe. I think that Patriot Front group was feds, was the FBI. It was sumo. Okay. The Grand Cyclops sounds awesome. So they created fictitious entities such as Fox Photography, Rare Books Warehouse to conceal their purpose. Ahead of the rally, it delivered a 45-page event alert to the FBI that included informant intelligence on attendees, weapons, and stuff. In 2019, a tip from the program led the FBI to arrest a Las Vegas man affiliated with Adam Waffen Division who had discussed attacking a synagogue and an LGBTQ bar. He was sentenced to 2 years in prison. A separate tip led to the conviction of a man who lied about white supremacist ties while seeking a national security clearance at Philadelphia's Navy Yard in 2018. Yeah, definitely feds. Definitely feds. Robes and hats are available through DNC website. Look under everything wear. Okay. Pretty sure the Patriot Front was linked to the SPLC recently in another article. Ghost says not a fed. You think Grand Poobah sounds better? You're a wizard, Harry. My name is Hagrid, and you're a wizard. The program has been investigated before. The FBI opened its probe in 2018 during the first Trump term with Jeff Sessions as Attorney General, initially treated it as a possible victim of internal theft. The FBI and IRS subsequently subpoenaed bank records and interviewed at least 2 informants, but did not seek charges. Nobody has bought that the Patriot Front is a real white supremacist group. Yeah, nobody believes that. IRS lawyers concluded the informant program was legally structured. When the case was reopened in Trump's second term, prosecutors did not request documents from the SPLC or interview current employees before moving to indict. The revision of the indictment was legally necessary. What they don't say is that the IRS lawyers concluded that those were IRS lawyers under the Biden administration. The Biden administration closed the case, and for some reason, at the exact time that they closed the case, the SPLC decided to stop this program of doing this. So why did they stop doing it if it was completely legal? It's odd, isn't it? Very odd that the Biden administration would tell them, hey, you might want to stop doing this because, at least until the statute of limitation runs out, you want to stop doing this. That's what happened. But unfortunately for them, Kamala Harris couldn't steal the election. And Trump came in and said, wait, what happened with that? The Trump administration, what happened? You guys just let that go? Oh, no, we're not letting that go. We're not letting it go. Or is it the Arzatecas to pay your ass a visit? Arzatecas? Jane and the Kafayas. Yeah. They came to Nashville, jumped out of the back of a U-Haul. Everyone was calling them feds that are masked faces. Yes. The Mighty Order of the Royal Buffaloes. Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. They're a prehistoric family from the town of Bedrock. They're a place right out of history. Them sure love their costumes. The revision to the indictment was legally necessary. They decided, the Supreme Court held that 18 U.S.C., the federal statute prohibiting false statements to banks, does not cover statements that are merely misleading. The original indictment had alleged the SPLC employee made false or misleading statements to banks. Language in Thompson rendered indefensible. The new version drops or misleading throughout. The SPLC is seeking dismissal, arguing the case reflects political animosity. Hey, remember that one time when Timothy McVeigh drove around in a Ryder truck? Yeah. Who was the second guy in the truck? B-Hops. There was a second guy in the truck. It was widely reported. They had pictures of him. They were looking for him. And then all of a sudden, poof, he was just gone and they stopped talking about it. Was he possibly an informant with the feds? Or was he a fed? Kind of seems like maybe. Like maybe they didn't think the thing was going to blow up. Maybe they thought it wasn't going to go off and that they were going to be. I mean, how did they know who Timothy McVeigh was immediately? And we're looking for him immediately. You're a big fan of Frank Yankovic. We call our leader the Big Yanker. You saw a bunch of videos of people yelling, fade, fed, fed. The stronger factual basis for dismissal motion lies elsewhere. The FBI and IRS investigated the same program under Sessions, subpoenaed records, but declined to charge. They dropped the charges under Biden. You are lying. You are lying. The case went on into Biden. The case was dropped in 2022, not in 2018, you lying fool. The acting AG further complicated the government's position by publicly claiming the Biden administration opened and closed the investigation. The indictment was also shared with the media before the court unsealed it, which Lowell called on additional irregularity. Whatever. Yeah, Timothy McVeigh was captured how quickly? Like within a lot. I forgot there's a whole crew of them. At least 2 of them were feds. Yeah. Allegedly. Yeah. Yep. Allegedly. Yeah. And look at this. Look at this. Young blood, Norwegian teenager allegedly recruited by Swedish gang linked to Iran. Terry Nichols was not in the truck. Terry Nichols was not in the truck. There was someone else in the truck. Look it up. There's a lot of weird stuff with Oklahoma City. Just saying. Like there was no ATF agents at all present when the bomb went off. That's odd. In the building. They were all not there. While after the first explosion, there was reports all over the place, people saying that they found other devices and were deactivating them. What other devices? Who put the other devices there? What's all going on with that? Lots of stuff. And there's also rumors, like I've read, I don't know how true it is, that there was a bunch of documents inside that building that had to do with Whitewater. The whole Clinton investigation, Whitewater was stored there for some reason in that building that was all destroyed. Eric Hunley did a really good series on Oklahoma City. Yeah, he did. Very good series on it. Terrence Yeeke has a weird story. Is that the cop that said he saw stuff and then all of a sudden he disappeared? He turned state witness, it was reported. Remember hearing the dark-skinned individual in the truck with him? Yeah, it all stinks. Yeah. Tragic. He gets arrested and prosecuted in the UK for attempting to carry out a murder for hire. You recommend Eric Hunley's Untold Stories about it? Yeah, Eric Hunley, I like him a lot. Good stuff. Him and I like Mark Rubert too. I like him a lot. I like their stuff. Another aspect of the migrant invasion in Northern Europe. We've been reporting here on the Gateway Pundit about a rising criminality in the Scandinavian countries, with migrant gangs in Sweden and Norway taking the law enforcement challenges to unprecedented levels. One of the common features of these gangs is their use of minors for criminal acts. Usually we see teens from migrant backgrounds, but now it appears their reach has widened. Let's discuss the Rose law firm, Hillary's first suicide. Just saying. News arose today of a court session in which a white, middle-class looking Norwegian teenager is being charged with traveling to Britain to carry out a murder for hire plot. Terry Nicholson was the other guy. No, he's the other guy that was charged, Pat Hacker. There was a second guy in the truck, and it wasn't Terry Nichols. Terry Nichols never was in another state, I believe, at the time. Like Terry Nichols, they say, helped him build the stuff in the truck, is what they claim. The internet does not solve the Oklahoma City stuff. Now, there's a bunch of people that talk about it. It just seems super shady. Seems like really super shady to me. It does. Really super shady. And let's not forget, Timothy McVeigh claimed all throughout his trial and after he was convicted that he actually was an undercover agent for the CIA through military intelligence. And they just kind of ignored it. The defendant was recruited by a Swedish organized crime group with ties to the Iranian government. Here's 2 weapons that the Iranian assassin was caught with in the hotel. No, I don't think there's any sound on this. Wow, he had a 2-hand. Wow, look at that. That's an old gun. Wow. Look at that. That's an old gun, man. That's a cap and ball gun right there. That's not. That's, what is that? I can't even tell what kind of gun that is. Anyone make that out? That's a cap and ball. No, it's not. That's not a cap and ball gun. It has cartridges. What is that? It looks weird though. Why does it look like, is it something that's set up with a conversion kit to fire? Because look at that hammer. That hammer isn't going to hit the primers. What is it hitting? That's weird. That is a weird looking gun. That is a weird looking gun. A teenage hitman flew to Britain with guns in his bag, ready to kill for cash. Norwegian man named Johannes Natland flew from Stavanger to Manchester. 2 days later, police arrested him in a hotel room. They found loaded handguns. He denies the charge of conspiracy to murder an unknown person. They say, we do not know who the defendant was planning to murder, but as you will see from this message, the message of others and what he was told his friends before he set out, it was clear it was his plan. Hand fire, that's kind of what it looks like, doesn't it? It looks like it's like a very weird, that's a prop. It's a Russian gun. There were originals modded for cartridges. Okay. Your family would know. What's really old? Over 100 years old. The first one has a safety on the grip. Yeah, the first one was a modern gun. It's not a Glock. It looks like one of them Turkish guns, like one of them cheap Turkish guns. Hey, what's up, Just Don? How you doing? You're talking about the trolls? Yeah. The other guy went with McVeigh to rent a truck. Yeah, there's a guy who went with McVeigh to rent a truck. There was a guy who they were like they had like descriptions of the guy with drawing sketches and everything, and then all of a sudden it just vanished and they stopped talking about him. According to Secrets Worth Dying For, the other guy in the truck was Michael Breska. Terry Nichols was in Oklahoma City that day, according to Terry Nichols' authorized biography. I know nothing. Glock is my favorite. My money is on Uberti or Pieta. Okay. It's an Alec Baldwin gun. I only know of muskets, but not even that. It is a Colt with a cartridge conversion cylinder. Okay. All right, that would make sense. Springfield. I think it was a Canic. Actually. I think that's what it was. Either a Canic or there's another brand. I was talking about the black one. Okay. 1860 Army. What's up, Monica? When was the last time that gun was oiled? Traveling salesman, yeah. You check out Promethean Action, Building 7 going down was to get rid of documents too. Yeah, no, that's what they say, that all the documents that were in Building 7 were all the documents about the $2 trillion that was missing from the Pentagon. You had a nice, cheap Turkish Glock clone. My job interview with an alphabet agency said that if I was captured, they would deny my existence. So maybe that aligns with the denial of affiliation with that 90s guy. I declined that offer. I believe he didn't have a tag on his car. Promethean is a great channel. Jury was taken through a series of messages between this guy and another Norwegian teenager using the name General Aaron, with an account called Agent 47. They are discussing assassination, the court heard. In fact, the person who was due to carry it out had pulled out of Richardson said Agent 47 wrote, brother, sort an assassin abroad, urgent, Europe. He told General that 25,000 pounds was in the, is that euros or pounds in the pot? When General Allen asked about the location, they replied, Great Britain, as easy as can be. Yeah. My son was the same age as the children killed in that bombing, so I was too brokenhearted to follow the trial. Listen, the kids that died, that was horrible. And I in no way am saying they didn't die and the bombing wasn't real. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think that our government was involved somehow. Knew about it. You know what I mean? It was like a plot that they didn't, like, I think personally, I believe that the government thought it was going to be like a bomb. Because look at all the times they have people go plant bombs that don't go off because they don't make them real. You know, they do things so that it doesn't go off because they use like not real stuff, like inert stuff. I think they might have thought that's what it was going to be, and maybe these guys were able to like do real stuff without them knowing about it. No place can mean sovereign citizens. So that's a very interesting story. It's a very interesting story. All right, this just says in support. They fire insubordinates Pelley after clash with 60 Minutes executive producer. The ATF was told to stand down that day. Yeah, there's like weird stuff. There was not a single ATF agent in the building at all. Clinton body count, maybe. Yeah, that's a good story. Oh, we already got this one. My bad. Yeah, fired Scott Pelley out. We already talked about this. Oh wow. 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley fired by CBS. And then we talked about this a little bit yesterday, this story. It seems like often drills do go live. Yeah. Tom Tried seeing if weapons ID'd, but just saw a revolver and 9mm Luger. Of course, they confused the cartridge type with the gun model, not a Luger pistol. Yeah. We talked about this in California, like in San Diego. There was a guy with a bomb strapped to him that was holding hostages in Chase Bank. Well, the FBI went in and shot the guy dead after a 15-hour standoff. So I don't remember there being a passenger in his car. I will look it up, though. Now I need to know. Yeah, it was reported. Now they claim there wasn't, but it was reported, and they were searching for a second guy. They had descriptions. They had a sketch of the guy and everything. Bakersfield? I don't know. Why did I think it was San Diego? It says, okay, the man who held people hostage at a Chase Bank in Bakersfield was shot dead by the FBI after a 15-hour standoff. You know, no, I was confused. The tunnel, yesterday's tunnel story was San Diego. Tuesday afternoon, a man with bombs strapped to his chest held people hostage at a Chase Bank. Nearby buildings were evacuated. An unidentified male subject is currently barricaded with an unknown number of members of our community. Sergeant Eric Saliden of the Bakersfield Police Department told ABC 23 on Tuesday. The strangest was that Christmas morning bombing at the AT&T Center in 2020. Yeah, that was very odd, wasn't it? And it like didn't get covered at all. That was like in what, Tennessee, right, or Kentucky, something like that. Something like that. Okay, well, before suspect dead, hostages free. You can't see anything. So we've already gone over 2 hours. And we did reach the goal, so I will restart the goal again to a new goal, all right, for another hour, and we'll see if we can reach the new goal. I believe we're $83 away from the new goal. So I'll do this, 20 Super Chats 5 for 1 hour. And we are currently $83 away. All right, started a new goal. So right now we have 1 hour to get $83, and then we can add another hour to the show. Christine says, our CIA, FBI, NSA, ATF always screw something up, like putting Ray Epps on the FBI's most wanted list for a day and then taking him down. Very suspect. Kentucky was at the Christmas stuff. Atlanta, Georgia, was it? I thought it was, for some reason, I thought it was like Tennessee or something like that, Nashville or something, or Louisville. I don't know. Nashville. Okay, Nashville, yeah. Every single resource. After a 15-hour standoff, the man was shot dead by FBI. A man holding hostage inside a building in California that houses a bank branch and a school district office has been shot and killed by the FBI. Suspect was killed in an officer-involved shooting. Officer-involved shooting, as they say. Oh, look at this. Fletcher Boy with 20. Thanks so much. That 20, folks, that means we're just $63 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Fletcher Boy. That is awesome. Thank you. Oh, can't ask for more, man. That's great. I mean, obviously, I am asking for more. I'm asking for another $63, but, you know, the 20 is awesome. That is great. That is great. They are only screwing up if it's not on purpose. Oof. Good point. Someone was killed, officer involved shooting involving the FBI personnel. They said the standoff ended about 12 hours after police were called to the building. I didn't know the Christmas Day bomber, but I know someone that lived on his street. He was weird. All hostages were free. None were harmed. The standoff in Bakersfield began Tuesday afternoon when officers responded to a bomb threat. The man barricaded himself in. FBI shoots suspect after 10 hostages held in an hours-long standoff. I was hoping there'd be like an actual news article about this somewhere. You okay, Mark? There we go. All right.
8:17, welcome back. Developing this morning, a 15-hour-long standoff and hostage ordeal in Bakersfield has ended with the bank robbery suspect being shot and killed by federal agents. This all started in a Chase Bank building near City Hall yesterday afternoon. The suspect claimed he had bombs strapped to his body. Police say negotiations led to 2 of the hostages being released. The rest were held overnight. After the FBI agents killed the suspect at around 4:30 this morning, the remaining hostages were located unharmed.
Wow. Located unharmed. That's great news. Great news. No. Is this the same? Going to be the same report? No. And it's a sucky thing where they don't actually say anything. Oh, here we go. Live hostage standoff. Here we go.
Office. Please hold your questions for now. We will have.
Good afternoon at the Chase Bank building just down the street from us here. But I'll preface it with the fact that this is still an ongoing investigation and there are still some details that we're not yet able to provide. Today's press conference will take place in 2 parts. First, I'll give you a refresher on what led up to us arriving at the location. And then Special Agent in Charge, Sid Patel from the FBI, will take the second portion where he'll touch on the elements of the FBI as well as how it concluded. First and foremost, I do want to let everyone know that we're incredibly relieved to report that all of the hostages that were involved have been safely recovered and reunited with their families. There were a total of 10 members of our community whose lives were changed yesterday, unexpectedly, but we are thankful that they have been reunited with their loved ones after this ordeal. Throughout the night, their families questioned whether or not they would be seen again, but we are very grateful for the outcome and the fact that we've been able to protect their lives. Regarding the specific details that led up to this, at approximately 12:59 p.m. yesterday afternoon, we began receiving calls related to a suspect that was in possession of an explosive device who had entered the Chase Bank building at 1515 17th Street. As the situation unfolded, our responding personnel and dispatchers confirmed that the adult male suspect had barricaded himself within the second floor of the building and had taken several hostages. The suspect advised he had explosives attached to his person, which our personnel could see as well. He also told law enforcement that additional explosives had been attached to some of the hostages, which we confirmed based on our own observations. These hostages were confirmed to be employees of the Kern County Superintendent of Schools on the second floor of the building. Numerous other employees take over, and we immediately began evacuating the surrounding area establishments to minimize additional safety concerns to our community. While this was being done, we were simultaneously communicating with the suspect in an effort to release the hostages and elicit a peaceful surrender. During the negotiations process, we were able to secure the release of 2 hostages, the first being at 3:59 p.m. and the second being at 8:24 p.m. As the event continued, negotiations did stall, and the suspect refused to release any more victims. Given the nature of the circumstances and the resources, our department requested the assistance from the FBI, and we elected to transition our tactical teams for the remainder of the situation. The FBI assumed operational control at approximately 9:02 p.m. yesterday evening. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, Sid Patel, and then I'll follow up with some concluding remarks at the end.
Thank you very much.
You okay, Mark?
My name's Sid Patel.
Yeah.
I'm the Special Agent in Charge for
You were doing
Sacramento
something. You
FBI
had your
Field
mic on. I could hear something going on, so I muted it. I was like, what's
This has
going
been a
on?
horrific event.
Oh.
We know the Bakersfield community has been following the situation closely, and we thank you for your patience. Tuesday afternoon, June 2nd, at approximately 1:30 p.m., we received a call for assistance from the Bakersfield PD. In response to reports of a bomb threat at the Chase Bank building located at the corner of Chester Avenue and 17th Street. We responded within minutes of that call. We have an office not too far from here. With more than 150 FBI personnel to assist. With this response investigation, including our special weapons and tactics, our SWAT teams, not just from our Sacramento SWAT team, but our LA SWAT team as well, our crisis negotiation teams, and our Los Angeles, Sacramento, and San Francisco FBI bomb techs that were here. We also had agents, analysts, victim specialists, professional staff, all trained for these types of incident responses that were here. The Bakersfield Police Department was supported with every available resource, including the FBI's hostage rescue team, was deployed all the way from Quantico on the East Coast from its base of operations.
I'm glad they were rescued.
Of special forces for the FBI. They're the best of the best. And they come out for situations like this. Now, we refer to them as HRT, Hostage Rescue Team. The FBI HRT, they have extensive training and experience in crisis response and deployed to situations like this across the country and even internationally on some occasions. We're grateful for their quick response. The subject, his name was Anthony Scott Searles Harris. That's Anthony Scott, and I'll spell the last name Searles Harris, Harris. He was a
serial killer name,
white
Jim.
male
You know, you got to have many names to be a serial
from
killer.
2006 to 2007. However, he was dishonorably discharged for going AWOL.
No.
That's absent without leave.
No, not that.
He was no stranger to law enforcement and has a criminal history of using weapons to commit violent offenses. In 2014, he was charged with sex acts with a child under 14. He's a registered sex offender. He had tied up 5 of the hostages on the 2nd floor of the Kern County Superintendent's of School office in the Chase building. At approximately 4 p.m., Harris released one of the 5 hostages. At approximately 8:30 p.m., he released a second hostage. Bakersfield PD did an amazing job of this. Their negotiators, their SWAT teams, we were impressed. Fantastic work.
Well, it
At
sounded
9
like he was.
p.m., our FBI SWAT teams from Los Angeles and Sacramento.
It sounded like he was doing fine on his own, but you know, here we are.
Well, they can't, they're not going to let somebody they supposedly had a bomb. So you're not going to, if you get a chance to take them out, you take them out without, you do it without the bomb going off. I haven't heard anything yet where anyone said if the bomb was real or not. Oh, Rebecca says he didn't clash with management. He threw a temper tantrum like the toddler he is. She must be a little behind watching the stuff about Scott Pelley. They're releasing him. What is he? Kamala Harris's nephew? So why is he out of prison? Who are we talking about? Everyone was. What is he talking about? The military only hires the best. I'm really confused. I think maybe he misspoke because the guy's dead, so they're not releasing the guy. He's dead.
We transitioned and took over the crisis site.
Transition. Okay, there it is. They transitioned, Jim.
Oh, great.
With Bakersfield PD and our negotiators. At 2 a.m., after our hostage rescue team had arrived, put together all the site surveys and information that they do, they transitioned and took over the scene. That was around 2 a.m. At approximately 4:30 a.m. this morning, that's when the hostage rescue team neutralized this subject. And let me be clear. He had tied up 5 of the hostages, but there were 10 hostages in there, and they were all unharmed physically. I'm sure there'll be mental scars that they'll be living with, and we'll have our victim specialists to help them. We're grateful to the Bakersfield Police Department. I've got to tell you, in the 34 counties that we serve here in the Eastern District, they're one of our strongest allies. They have an amazing workforce here, led by Chief Brent Stratton, and Assistant Chief Jeremy Blakemore. Thank you for their partnership, their professionalism during the response to this incident and continued investigation. I can tell you for the Bakersfield community, you should be proud of the police department and who serves and protects you every single day. I know I am. We also want to thank a lot of our federal partners. ATF, they came from San Francisco to help us out. The Homeland Security Investigations, also San Francisco based. DEA, U.S. Marshals, Air Force OSI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, our local and state partners, California OES, Office of Emergency Services, CHP. They've been a strong partners for us across the state. Sacramento County Sheriff's Department Bomb Squad. They flew down here to help us out. Kern County Sheriff's Department, Bakersfield Fire. They were here throughout the night. Great partners. EMS, Halls, Ambulance Service. They're also tremendous.
All right.
If it's an immediate threat, of course, call 911. But if you have information about this ongoing investigation that can help us, reach out to us. Go to tips.fbi.gov or call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Let me thank Tom, Dick, and Harry. Let me thank Rebecca, who made my coffee this morning. She made it just the way I like it, with extra sugar and just 3 creams. Yeah, so good. And then when I went to the Dunkin' Donuts, there was Habish behind the counter, and he made my crawler the best way ever. It was great. It was like it was fresh. It's like, let's get to the point here. Come on. Now tell us who did a crappy job. Yeah, that's what we want to know. Fuck who did a good job. Yeah, tell us something. Stop thanking people. All right.
Taking care of our victims in this case as much as we possibly can.
Our victims?
So,
our victims.
We're still
you
doing
heard it there, Jim.
testing on it.
Our victims.
But we were able to conclude at this point in time that
Hold on. Let me see. I think it's going to be about the bomb.
any of those pieces, I will tell you there were multiple IEDs that presented a concern for us that we have to evaluate and look into and have our bomb techs
Don't want to get
look over
pregnant there.
afterwards and
IEDs.
make sure that they were inert or not plausible.
It's their
That's
audio
probably as far
dropped
as I
out.
can go
It
with
went
that.
from being now it's back to
So,
stereo. It keeps going from
We're still
stereo to
doing
mono.
further
Their
testing
audio.
on it, but we were able to conclude at this point in time that they were not a concern to us.
So they weren't real explosives. Did you get that?
Yeah,
there were several things that were IEDs, and there were some components. You love French curlers? Yeah. I mean, if they're made right, they're great. And that's why they had to thank everybody, because it's very hard to make those. You want to make sure that they get the correct compliments and thanks. Name the judge that let this guy out of prison after his long criminal history. Ooh, that would be a good one. Just like the minefield, if you say there are mines there, whether they are mines or not, it's a minefield. Doesn't matter if the bomb was real or not. 15 hours, no bathroom. That's rough. Yeah, that's a long time to wait. I'm sure some people had to go. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the janitor of the 7-Eleven on the corner of 9th and Main. He provided excellent cleaning service for our team when we stopped in for corn dogs. Extra mustard.
And all those hours we weren't there for bathrooms.
We're still continuing with that investigative piece. There are aspects that were concerning to us, but we're continuing on with that analysis of what we were able to obtain from that search warrant.
Did you guys find any evidence in that man's house?
We found some concerning items in there from the investigative piece, but again, we're continuing to evaluate those and look further into it.
In regards to the negotiations for the first and second release, were there any demands made on that? Were they made in good faith? Was there any? What was the negotiation circumstances?
Yep, those first 2 releases, yes, there were. It was through Bakersfield PD, and yes, there were. If you want to take on some of that piece, but yes.
Sure, I can touch on that. Yes, through the negotiation process, as you can imagine, there's obvious back and forth and dialogue. Yes, there's a lot of back and forth that's taking place during the dialogue and the negotiation process. In terms of what took place during these specific ones, there was discussions and exchanges related to food and water, those types of things. There was also some elements that were related to his previous court case and in terms of materials that he wanted to see. So we were able to provide some of that in exchange for getting release of the hostages.
Was KCSOS the intended target here? What can you tell us about the motive?
It's a good question. From what we can tell at this point, again, as it's been said, this is an ongoing investigation, but it does not appear that KCSOS was an intended target in any way in terms of the employees specifically, those types of things.
Do we know why that building was targeted?
It's still under investigation at this point.
Is law enforcement aware of the YouTube video the suspect made claiming his innocence?
Yes, we are. At least one video I'm aware of that we are.
There's gonna be a new investigation opened into it?
A new investigation in relation to
Into the
what?
case, what he's alleging, being innocent?
At this point, it's part of the totality of the case that we're looking at anyway in terms of motive and those types of things. But I mean, his previous case history is being looked at, but I wouldn't suggest in the sense of nothing's being reopened in that sense. No, nothing that we have at this point that we can share beyond what we've already expressed.
Do we know that anybody was helping him devices or
At this point, we cannot confirm that. We do not have anything that leads us to believe that there was anyone else directly involved at this moment.
Chief, the demands, what is the demands?
Most of it was directed toward conversations led us to believe that he was really concerned about his previous case history. There were specific elements that he was very frustrated, I think, as some have expressed on some of his social media things that he's released, that he had some concerns related to how his previous cases or case had been handled and what the aftermath of that was, the sentencing and those types of things.
what led to the FBI eventually making the way to moving, or what made the decision for them to go in?
No, I think I spoke to that earlier. It had to do with the hostage that was in there that we knew had health concerns, and there could have been a potential loss of
I don't know,
that
Christine.
hostage.
I don't know.
And just from the erratic behavior and how our trained professionals assessed the situation, it was the right time to do it.
Used?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was a decoy used in this operation?
Are you sure? I just got off a Zoom call with a bunch of other J6ers. The fund shut down. Is it official that it's completely shut down? Because the way when Trump was talking about it, it sounded almost like it's not completely shut down right now. They're just not doing anything. They're just sitting on it right now. They're letting it sit there and fester because the judge said they couldn't do anything, so they're just not moving forward with an appeal. This could all be like, I would hope that they're just doing it long enough until after the elections. And then they'll take care of it after the elections. I hope. Maybe.
Could be.
That's my hope. But, hope in one hand and, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and whatever in the other hand,
Whatever in the other hand, and then it's nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I think. Maybe, possibly.
So I can't speak to those particular details, right? And we usually don't speak to those details of our tactics and how we use it. But I can tell you that there's a lot of different tactics that can be used in this kind of situation. This was
If he had a
little bit more
deeper
upfront,
voice,
you're in conversation with the individual,
might believe
right?
him, but
physically there.
his voice is,
Was that-
I don't believe that.
Secret, or did the suspect know that hostage was using that phone communication?
There were individuals in that location that were not fully aware to the subject.
Was the suspect demanding to see his daughter?
Target, then was he just trying to get your attention?
We'll find out more as we go forward with the investigation. I will tell you that at one point he had asked for early on that notoriety of having FBI involved as well and FBI negotiators. And so my assumption would be by targeting a bank or some federal institution, there's a greater chance to have like a bank robbery, if there was the case, to have a federal intervention in that case. But we'll go with two more questions. So
Was he demanding to see his daughter?
unless you want this one. Okay.
Was he demanding to see his daughter?
There was that was brought up in the conversation at one point, but there was not any communication that was taking place between him and his daughter.
Why were the hostages released?
It was based on the negotiations. Quite frankly, it was based on the successful negotiations that we had involving our personnel. Again, working for hours, communicating with these folks.
About, what made him release the hostages? That you would be released?
It was, again, those ongoing conversations that we had related to exchanges of food and water and some of the materials from previous court cases.
So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up now. Thank you so much. As I said earlier, please go ahead and follow our social media for any additional updates. Thank
she
you.
is fantastic, Jim. She's
she
she's
was
got
great,
a voice and all of that. Yeah, she's wonderful.
All right, so there's that. So that's what happened. All right. All right. And then we're going to jump back to this because there's now a news story on it we covered. I want to see what they report. Just like everything, Trump versus the Dems, also commies and his administration knows pause or not. I've been going through this for 6 years, so I've learned not to hold my breath or assume. Well, I hope they do this because it's something. What's it say? Former primary rival resurfaces challenge stage plan. Ooh, what's this? So they're bringing her back. Are they going to bring her back? Is that what it is? They're bringing back. They're going to bring back Janet Mills. Wow. Okay. We'll talk about this in a second. So yeah, so we're going to talk about this. So this is about the jurors that dismissed the Carmelo Anthony thing. So potential jurors said they couldn't imagine giving him life in prison or putting a brother in jail despite the heinous murders he's charged with. Well, keep us informed, Glenn Croy, about it, because I won't stay quiet. I'll keep noise. I'll keep pressure the best I can. Talking about it. Prosecutors in Collin County grilled candidates Monday whether they would use his age, race, or likeness to their own children, whether deciding that he killed a fellow teen. Attorneys for the 18-year-old try to convince the jury that he feared for his life when he pulled out the knife. Yeah, because white people just kill black people left and right. It happens all the time.
Yeah, every day.
Following their social media for what? Yeah. He looks like a child, several said in questioning, when asked if they consider a life sentence. I don't think I can make a decision about somebody so young. One mistake, one argument, one conflict, and you say he's a bad person. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this guy, there was other cases where this guy had issues with his knife. Says he's still raking in donations even though his murder trial gets underway. Who's his donations coming in through? Give, Send, Go. That's right. He used Give, Send, Go. His $690,000 fundraising could help him win. Why is he going to pay off jurors? Dewey had to remind panels that nobody would get in trouble for revealing their feelings about a hot button case, which the Anthony family, who are black, claimed is a product of white supremacy. Wow. Jim, that's great. We all need to be more vocal and loud. That's how the Dems push so much crap. It's not like they have a majority. They're just louder and walk in lockstep and divide. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I will never, ever be silent about things I believe in. And I believe that every single person that was wrongfully prosecuted for J6, that were just peacefully people there, walking through the ropes, just on an unguided tour, that all those people should be compensated heftily by the government for their persecution. I also believe that everybody that was involved in the stealing of the election should be in prison for the rest of their lives. Yeah, look at this, the face of white supremacy. That evil white face. Mitchell asked the panelists how they feel about the statement. I don't feel comfortable finding an African-American male guilty of murder. I don't know if I feel right putting a brother in jail, one of the people said. Lawyers began questioning the final pool Wednesday and plan to have a final selection done by Wednesday night. Well, we know that they got it done. Meanwhile, a $600,000 grassroots fund for Anthony's legal fees continues to swell with new donations. Many grassroots sympathizers see Metcalf as a white bully targeting a victim. Really? When he tried to shove Anthony, then 17, from under a pop-up tent during a rainy day. That's not what happened, though. He said, hey, you're not supposed to be here. This tent is for our team only. You're on another team, go under your tent. And he said, touch me and I'll stab. Touch me and see what happens. He said, what? Touch you. And he goes, okay, and pushed him. And he pulled out a knife and stabbed him. Yeah, that's not self-defense. Sorry. I will never be silenced again. They silenced me for 2 years after J6 with threats, oppression, and alienation. I will never allow it again. Well, good news. Good to see you. Hey, Edward, what's up, man? How you doing? Hey, good evening, brother. Good evening to see you. Thanks for being here. Anthony's, the fundraiser could help him pay for expert witnesses to bolster his case. But Anthony's team will be hard-pressed to disprove prosecution's argument that he goaded the unarmed Metcalf into a counter, ready with his hand on the knife. I mean, that's what happened. All right. So that's what happened with that. What is this? What is this? Low-life dad from Long Island allegedly used a 13-year-old daughter to sell cocaine, according to cops. What? What kind of scumbag is this? A drug dealer in Long Island was arrested after police say he used his 13-year-old daughter to help him sell cocaine. They got proof. He said, "This is MAGA country and shit." Yes. DC judges at 100% conviction rate. Yeah, it's terrible. 148 watch and 109 like button. Smash the like, please. I know I feel really bad because we had over 360 people here at one point, and they all left, and they didn't hit the like button. That makes me sad. They didn't subscribe either. Makes me sad. I'm gonna cry. Jonathan Marcos, of course, they were. If you fought and went to trial, got even harsher sentences. Yes, that's right. So Julio Emanuel Pena was busted Monday at his Freeport home and slapped with a slew of charges over the revolting accusations, according to Nassau County Police. Let's see. Is he a white guy? Oh, definitely white guy. Definitely. They're going to say it's a white guy. Yeah. Oh, that one should never be a dad. You hope that's the worst he did? You smashed it, it broke though? Well, don't use your hammer next time. Julio Emanuel Pena. The accusation the accused lowlife coordinated a cocaine sale with a buyer and had his teenager complete the transaction. He's accused of sending his daughter to deliver drugs and bring him back the cash. There's no crying and YouTubing. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's no crying on YouTube. You were number 7. Thank you. Yep. I did. No selling involved. Cops executed a search warrant in Pena's house, found 13 bags of cocaine while the suspect was sleeping. Wait a minute. So they searched his house while he was fucking sleeping and he didn't wake up? Pena was reportedly sleeping at the time of the raid.
That seems like a problem.
Yeah. What was he on? He was sleeping. The cell phone used in the drug deal was also found at the residence. Pena was charged with 3 counts of criminal possession of a controlled substance, 2 counts of criminal sale of a controlled substance, conspiracy in the 3rd degree, use of a child to commit a controlled substance offense, and endangering the welfare of a child. Maybe it was the child all along. Maybe the child was a drug dealer. I've heard of other cases similar to this where a guy in Minnesota's house got raided. It was his kids all along.
Yeah, it was definitely the kids. I blame the kids.
So maybe it was the kid, and the dad's just, maybe this is the greatest dad in the world. He's taking the fall for the kids. There was no reason for him to be in the tent. That's right, no reason. That's it. That's all the story was. And that was a shit. Yeah. Oh shit, lol. That was a joke, people. All right, for anyone that
just a joke.
Just a joke. I don't believe the kid was selling the drugs and the father was just covering up for the kid. Former primary rival resurfaces to challenge scandal-plagued Graham Plattner. Total Caucasian, duh. Yeah. In Maine Senate race. Janet Mills suspended her campaign, but says Democrats can still vote for her in the June 9th primary. He's whiter than Jim. Arrest him.
Nobody's whiter than Jim.
Oh, yeah, here. So this is a little flashback of the Maine governor. This is where she thought she was going to be like, she's going to be the shits.
Is the Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Not here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't.
See you in court.
Every state, good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
President Trump looking to end his dispute with Maine Governor Janet Mills once and for all and demanding a, quote, full-throated apology from the Democrat mayor who has been silent on protecting women's sports before fully restoring federal funding. Joining us now is Maine State Representative Laurel Libby. Representative Libby, thank you for joining us this morning. From the outside, it kind of looks like Janet Mills completely folded in the face of President Trump's threats, but I think you have a slightly different and perhaps a better informed view.
She didn't necessarily drop out. She just suspended her campaign, which was a lot of people. Some people are suspecting that she knew about all this baggage and she didn't want to waste a bunch of money in the primary. So she waited, and now she's going to pop back up and be like, I'm here. I got the money now, and I'm going to unsuspend my campaign. She didn't withdraw. She didn't take her name off any ballots. She just suspended the campaign for financial reasons. So this could have been her plot all along. That way she saves all her money for the for the general election. Maybe. Because I always thought it was weird how the sitting governor of Maine didn't have funds for the primary, but this fucking weirdo oyster farmer weird dude with a Nazi tattoo had funding. I'm native and work outdoors. If I shows up, I'll have to show ID. My soon-to-be ex is from Maine. Oh, well, I hope his name's not Graham Plattner. Well, no. Well, if it is, then congrats for getting away from him, I guess. Bella is so cute and peaceful. Yeah, she is. She dropped out until she got her Nazi tattoo on her ass. You agree that was her plan? I think that makes sense. Makes sense.
View of it.
Governor Mills is trying to pull a fast one here. She has no intention of removing biological males from girls' sports in Maine. We heard this last week that the University of Maine system has said that they will comply with Title IX. But guess what? They've never had biological males participating in girls' sports. It's actually at the high school level, not the college level, where we've seen biological males participating in girls' sports in Maine. And Governor Mills, the Democrat majority in the Maine Principals Association, have no intention whatsoever of changing their policy, let alone apologizing to President Trump.
Okay, so that's absolutely mind-blowing. So the problem is actually even worse than what we think, because it's, at the college level, it's bad, but the idea that it's at the high school level is even worse. Is there anything that that a president can do about that at the high school level?
Well, the question remains the same. It's the federal funding issue. When you look at the K through 12 level, there are hundreds of $millions at stake here. And that's the level where we need to see the Trump administration taking action and absolutely following through on their promise, unfortunately.
She has crazy eyes.
Federal
Jim.
funding
Crazy eyes.
and ensure that Maine does not receive that. It's the only way that Maine girls will see a fair, safe, and level playing field. And unfortunately, at the same time, that will harm Maine students.
Down here we call them
But I think
Mainards.
That's the only recourse we have in our state.
Yeah, so this is one of those issues that I think in 10 years from now, we're going to look back and try to have to explain to our kids that this was ever an issue, because it makes no sense. But, and so I think that normal Democrats don't support any of this stuff. Do you get the sense that some of your Democrat colleagues in Maine realize what a loser this is, and hopefully, more importantly, how dangerous this is and how bad this is for children, and that maybe they should get sort of in league with you guys to actually try to fix some of this at the high school level?
Everyday Mainers, absolutely across party lines, understand that it's common sense. Biological males don't have a place in girls' sports. Unfortunately, at the legislative level, we don't necessarily see that same response. The Democrats over the years have primaried out their more reasonable counterparts. Wow. And so we have really extremists at the state house level. And that's why I see recourse necessary from the federal level versus the state level and anything legislatively.
Well, thank you so much for putting up the good fight, and keep us informed on how things are going up there in Maine. This is not how our political leaders
Mainers are maniac
behaving. Thank you so much.
Wow. You're going to do it, ain't you?
A racist.
I'm asking a question.
Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. This is a good thing. We want to do this. Cover this. This is what's his face. This is Crazy Psycho Man.
Racist.
I'm asking a question.
Reclaiming my time, asking to shut up.
That's a pretty.
Shut up. Racist.
I'm asking.
Racist.
I'm asking a question.
Reclaiming my time, asking to shut up.
That's a pretty.
Shut up.
Up.
Shut up. It's my time.
I'm not going to let anybody call me a racist, Chairman.
I never called him a racist. It's my time.
It is, gentlemen, will suspend.
He will
Gentlemen
not.
Suspend.
Tell him to shut up.
Gentlemen suspend. No, the gentleman will suspend.
Wow. Wow. No wonder he's no longer in the damn dealio, man. Wow. Scandal-plagued Democrat socialist Graham Plattner continued controversies have led the former primary rival to speak out and remind Mainers that she remains on the ballot despite having suspended her campaign. That's Al Green. Yeah, It is. You found my glory hole. Okay, let me see what this is. Oh, I don't know if I could play that really though. Yeah, it's funny, but I can't play that. That's weird. Sorry. Yeah, so Plattner's been hit with one controversy after another, though he remains the heavy favorite heading into the next round. With only one active opponent, David Costello has failed to gain traction. But Maine Governor Janet Mills suspended her campaign for Senate earlier this year, dropped a potential bombshell in a comment to Lewiston's Sun-Journal by claiming Democrats could still vote for her in an effort to unseat the 30-year incumbent, Susan Collins. People have the impression that I withdrew or dropped out. I simply suspended active campaigning. I'm still on the ballot. Oh. Well, maybe someone should give her some money and she should do something. Democrat primary turns ugly. Mills unleashed brutal attack on Sanders-backed Plattners in crucial Senate showdown. Wow. Let's see what this is.
It's obvious.
It's
One
obvious.
of these cars.
One of these
is
cars.
not like the others. It's not your everyday car. So don't.
Master
It's gonna be a
racer.
bouncing ball for a while, right, Dana? Meanwhile, in the Senate, there's a major shakeup now in the Democratic primary in the state of Maine. This is very important, with a very tight election to be determined here. The governor, Janet Mills, very popular in Maine, said to be a moderate, is dropping out, says she doesn't have the money to compete with Graham Plattner, a far left and highly controversial candidate. Chad Pergram's live on the Hill to tell us about this fallout. Chad, good morning.
Bill, good morning. Democrats are pinning their chances to win the Senate on a neophyte candidate with a Nazi tattoo, wants to impede ICE, and has made fun of sexual assault. Graham Plattner is now the presumptive Democratic nominee for Senate.
We are now taking back our power. That is what this campaign is. We will defeat Susan Collins. We will go to Washington and we will start tearing down the system that for too long has forgotten and written off the people who make Maine and this country what it is.
Democrats are now ignoring
was,
Plattner's controversial resume. The party is embracing figures like New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who veer to the left. It's a recalibration for the party. Plattner is 41 compared to the 73-year-old Susan Collins. But Collins is a moderate in a purple state. It's unclear how a progressive like Plattner would fare.
I think what that does is tease up a race for Susan Collins against a very extreme, radical Democrat that is completely out of the mainstream of the people of Maine.
Plattner secured the endorsements of liberal icons like Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Elizabeth Warren.
Ah, good.
What Mainers seem to want big time is somebody who gets what's broken and who's willing to get in the fight to fix it. And that's true when we're talking about the price of groceries and we're talking about the price of oil and gasoline. We're talking about the price of housing.
Now, the old saying is, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. But Democrats hope if Maine goes their way, the Senate goes their way.
No, fuck, that is
too.
not.
However,
that has never
if
been a
Plattner
saying.
Wins,
No,
that
never.
also means
That's never been a saying. Because Susan Collins has been a senator in Maine for, I don't know.
Ever?
No, ever. And, and she won re-election when Trump lost. In 2020, she won re-election and Trump lost. Or, supposedly. They stole it from him. He didn't lose. They stole it. He's perfect fit for the Democrat party and a Demon Rat party. Woo, Nazis.
probably going left.
Unless that's
All right,
proof.
Chad, thanks.
Unless
Something to
that's-
watch.
Unless that's proof that Trump did win.
Your first.
Unless that's proof that Trump did win.
It's obvious.
No. His Totenkopf chest tattoo, used by German Nazi concentration camp guards, has been a controversy most frequently cited by Republicans, while his campaign became embroiled in separate controversy when a consultant asked Massachusetts-based sports media personality Dave Portnoy to collaborate on an anti-private equity campaign against the Boston Red Sox front office. Portnoy balked, citing his Jewish faith and Plattner's Nazi tattoo. Plattner also defended himself on Reddit and on a Reddit post when it resurfaced that he called the former Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor Teddy Daniels a dumb MFer for being badly wounded in a Taliban siege, blaming poor marksmanship by the Afghan terrorists for the Republican survival. She assumed office in 97. That's what I'm saying. Long time. 30 years. Long time.
Long time.
Watching the live chat on Scott Besson today was so sad. Our biggest threat to national security is ignorance. Otherwise dormant since April 30th, Mills' campaign X account sprang back to life on June 1st with a post commemorating Pride Month. Oh, yeah, she's popping back. She's coming back. Everyone deserves the freedom to live authentically and to marry who they love without fear. Well, she is gay. Mills is gay, so that makes sense. That's a saying from the 18th century. No one is a Nazi. It goes so goes the nation. Its new one is, as New Hampshire goes, so goes the nation. Meanwhile, Steve Collins wrote a column containing Mills' comments that an increasing number of female independent Democratic voters in Maine are troubled by Plattner scandals. He wrote their collective umbrage is more likely to kill campaign than greedy millionaires. Let's see Susan Collins. She's so hard to listen to, though.
It's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others.
Think about it.
Well, you'd have to narrow your question down because there are so.
Well, he was talking about how the military, the Taliban missed the soldier. So he's mocking a wounded soldier. He was also talking about masturbation in porta potties.
It's never appropriate to mock a downed American soldier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you think he should drop out?
No, she doesn't think he should drop out. She thinks he should stay in. That's what she thinks. All right. Now, check this out. Insanity in Virginia. Virginia judge Daniel Lopez just threw out the charges against a registered repeat sex offender, Richard Cox, who exposed himself in a girls' locker room. Cox is on the lifetime sex offender registry and has convictions for child porn and indecent liberties with a child. That's the judge, and that's the guy. Wow.
Which is which?
There's more to this. Where's the rest of this? Lopez isn't a one-off. It's the bench. Fleischer tossed charges over walking while black, then mused about a kid getting raped in prison. The judges shield the wrong people. Fleischer's the same judge who chalked out drug charges because he determined the defendant was walking while black. Oh, this guy, this judge. Oh my God, it's this judge? I've seen this judge.
Well, that guy.
Possession of marijuana, facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. He did what?
He crossed an unauthorized crossing point. So I guess he crossed the street.
To jaywalking?
Yeah. And then
walking while black.
A PC search was conducted.
Walking while
and
black.
An officer observed a large sack of marijuana.
I don't think so. Walking while black. I don't think so. I'm going to find.
Walking while black. It's against the law to jaywalk, but he's like walking while black. Walking while black. This judge should be removed from the bench immediately. Immediately. That's the judge. Wow. That's the judge. Wow. That's the judge. Crazy. Steve Hilton rages against Democrats trying to steal the governor's race in California with weeks of counting votes. We're not going to let them do it. We're not going to let them do it.
And we live in the most sophisticated and marvelous and wonderful time, and you count your votes like lobotomized cavemen. Why? What's going on?
Because this is what happens when you have a party that's in power for so long. There's no accountability. No one pushes back on them. It's just one party rule. So they feel they can get away with insane things and no one challenges it. So you had the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, who's in charge of our elections in California, 2 days ago going out on the media and bragging about how long it was going to take and how, we have to be patient and it could take weeks. What? Yeah. What are you talking about? I mean, you just compare it with Florida or the other states, all of whom, by the way, have early voting. So there's nothing to do with that. Where you get results on election night, like normal places. You had even Nate Silver, I noticed, commenting that this is, his quote, I think, was, "This is failed state stuff." And that's exactly right. And it's exactly what you expect from people who've delivered high-speed rail $200 billion over budget, 30 years late. I mean, this is just another monument to their uselessness.
And Steve, if for some horrific reason, I know that you are very sunny side of the street. This is just the way that God made you. You couldn't run in this race if you didn't have a chip on your shoulder and a stiff upper lip and the ability to see what could be in California. But let's say that they are planning on stealing this from you. Will you sue? I mean, what will be your action if suddenly there are ballot dumps that go 100% here?
That would never happen. That would never happen. No.
We're not going to let them do that. The state wants change, and actually, so far we're not seeing any signs of that. It is true that you get these late deliveries of ballots because we got this unbelievable rule that the ballots can arrive 7 days after Election Day and still be counted. By the way, the Supreme Court is considering the case that's going to make that illegal. And we're very confident that by November, that insanity of voting 7 days after Election Day effectively will be ruled illegal nationwide. So that's one of the reasons. And so we're definitely keeping an eye on it. But right now, our sense is that, even if you do get that kind of effect, it's not going to be enough to kick us out of the top 2 slots. And so we're feeling very confident about that right now.
Wow. Well, that's awesome. I just want to let everybody know we're approaching 3 hours. We still got about 10 or 11 minutes on the goal. But even, as everyone knows, even if the goal expires, as long as we're still broadcasting, if the money comes in, we will extend the show. Right now, we're sitting at $63 away from the second additional hour. I'm not trying to force people to donate or anything like that. I'm not trying to shake the can. I'm not being come on, we got to do it. I'm just letting everybody know so that nobody gets upset and says oh my God, I didn't know it was getting close to the end and you're ending the show. I like to just remind people at least once before it ends.
Yeah. PayPal, Venmo.
Yeah. Super chats, all that good stuff. You got it. We got this story. Scott Bessent obliterates loathsome Democrat senator during a hearing with devastating question regarding his son's shady background. Steel toe, no, I'm not doing steel. That's the thing. I'm never going to do that. Never going to do that. So is there a clip in here? Oh, here we go. This is what I want to see.
Senator Wyden has mendaciously slandered the Treasury building in an attempt to cover up his son having an investment meeting with Jeffrey Epstein to ask for funding. Thank you.
Wow.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
let's be clear here. Nobody is interested in the ramblings of a capo in the most corrupt regime in American history. We want to get some facts about this deal. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I will ask my questions first today.
And we would like to hear what Adam Wyden and Jeffrey Epstein talked about. Your son's largest investment position was Rick's Cabaret. So did your son and Jeffrey Epstein talk about pole dancing as he begged him for money using your limited credibility?
I'm going to proceed with my questions.
Wyden didn't have nothing to say, did he? He didn't have nothing to say. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Scott Bessent is gay too and total genius. Our gays never get any credit. The demo rats won't say anything. It doesn't fit their narrative. The Wyden family is messed up. Yeah, the guy looks like he's already dead. Look at him. He looks like a fucking walking death. I'm okay if it's 7 days, but I had a postmark by midnight election day. Yeah, this was beautiful. It was. Holy shit. Well, let's see. Is there anything else?
I'm going to start with regard to the issues that Senator Wyden raised.
Oh, are you Mr. Crapo? What do you know? We got a guy named Crapo that's going to step up for Wyden. All right, so that's good. That was some fun stuff here. And then we got this is young husband and father to four beaten to death by man released from jail for similar assault. It just never happens. There's only one day to have a 7-day voting together with mail-ins. Yeah, to cheat. That's it. That's the only reason. To cheat. Go, oh shit, we need those. Oh God, I can't believe this white man beat this poor black man to death. This is racism. This is crazy. He had 4 children. The young husband and father to 4 children was brutally beaten to death by a man who was just released from jail. Dylan Plouffe was working as a security guard in Milwaukee when he was confronted by a man who was trying to break in cars. The suspect, 32-year-old Daniel McCrary, I think that's McCrary. I think that's what I'm on. McRae, I don't know. McRae was released from jail on May 12th without any charges for a similar assault. During the May 12th arrest, he injured an officer. 6 days later, he fatally beat Plouffe. 34-year-old man who was assaulted in MacArthur Square garage in May has died. The man assaulted the 34-year-old, identified by his family as Dylan Plouffe, was taken to a hospital. 32-year-old man accused of assaulting Plouffe was arrested and criminal charges were referred to the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office. They'll probably let him go. They'll say he called me a racist name, and they'll say, okay, you can go, sir. Wow. Plouffe's family launched a GoFundMe to cover the funeral expenses. He's a hardworking husband and father who was tragically injured while working as a security guard. As a result, his mother, his wife, and his 4 children have faced unconscionable task of burying Dylan at a young age of 34. We ask for support in Dylan's final expenses and assistance to help his young family get through in the coming months. Man, Dylan was a kind-hearted young man who would give his shirt off his back to help those in need. Wow. Oh, wait, no, I think I got it backwards. I think the black guy was the guy who beat the white guy to death.
Oh, I didn't.
The only
read it
reason
that
I
way,
can say,
Jim.
because I'm just saying, because the only reason I could tell is because the black guy is wearing a prison jumpsuit.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe that's what they mean. He was just released from jail.
Maybe he just
If
likes
I was-
orange.
If I was a dyke, I would sue the alphabet LGBTQIA plus community for excluding my letter or reducing me to a plus. Well, I think I get the joke, but I don't want to ruin it. DHS Chief Markwayne Mullin crushes Demon Rat Senator Chris Murphy's lies. Only ballot I mail in is tribal council because in Oregon, it's in Oregon and Colorado. If I get a mail ballot, I always go in person. Which is which? I can't tell. No, they're both white, according to the booking information. So it was a heated testimony. Murphy opened a hearing trashing the DHS.
This brilliant little device keeps any room in your home ice cold all summer long.
Wow,
even during
awesome
heat waves
device.
and blackouts.
Even during heat
I
waves.
do have an opening statement here, but wow.
Without electricity.
Senator Murphy, the outlandish claims you made there is just flat wrong. You start saying we're breaking the law, and you really start looking at it, and we're enforcing the laws that Congress did pass. That's reckless. When you start saying it's unconstitutional, what's unconstitutional that we're doing? We swore to uphold the Constitution, just like you swore to uphold the Constitution. For you to throw my 275,000 employees underneath DHS and with a broad stroke like that is reckless and irresponsible on your part. We're doing the job that Congress gave us the authority to do. And our men and women out there every single day is enforcing the laws. If you don't like the laws, you can change them. We're not picking and choosing which laws we enforce. We're simply enforcing the law, period, full stop.
But that is just
when you throw out reckless terms and you start referring to our agents as being dangerous, unconstitutional, and lawless, that's why our agents' death threats are up by 8,000%. I know that's not what you want, but your political theater, that's what it causes. When you start looking at assaults on our officers, they're up by 1,300%. Senator Murphy, is that what you want? I don't think it is. I really don't. But I understand the political theater. I understand wanting to get sound bites. And that was obvious because the whole time you was giving your testimony, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at a camera. I get that. I get it. If you have bigger political ambitions, fine. Just say it. But don't do it at the expense of my officers. We want to really talk about funding. You haven't funded my officers. CBP and ICE has been willing to do the job for free. Why? Because of a reckless administration prior to President Trump coming in and saving America, you had a reckless administration that was destroying America by letting millions of illegals into our country. We're a nation of laws, and we're going to enforce those laws. What separates us from other countries is because people respect the rule of law.
Wow. Guys, people respect the rule. I mean, this wasn't really a trashing, I have to say.
This brilliant.
Dem scolds Homeland Security chief to calm down after hearing derails over alleged pattern. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're going to see the guy who loves the rapist, pedophile guy from the Maryland man. Yeah, the Maryland senator loves the Maryland man. Or no, he's a Delaware senator.
Federal
Van Hollen.
prosecution stays within the federal government, and so the FBI is set up.
Usually
to
don't
do
like
those
him, right?
investigations. And I do want to say something too. We arrest between
Mr. Secretary. I'm
between
sorry, I have limited time.
No,
If-
but
if
you
the-
said you accused there to be a pattern.
If the chair is going to permit additional questions,
I was answering
asked
what you
very
said is a
specific
pattern.
questions.
You made an accusation that it was.
And
Hey,
I-
what's up,
and
Julio?
Mr.
Thank
Secretary,
you.
I went up.
Mr. Secretary, I went to El Salvador and I hung out with him and had margaritas with a guy, and he seemed like a really straight shooter to me. You know, he barely drank anything, and he didn't try to put his thumb in my butt at all. Hey, Julio, what's up? Thanks for the tip. Thank you so much. Let's see. Thank you so much. That means right now, folks, we're just 53 away from a second additional hour. Just saying. Just saying. Got a rant too. Wow, I got a rant. 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 It says Liam just nuked almost all his live streams and videos. Uh-oh. He must have got something must have happened. Then if you guys don't know who Liam is this Australian guy who is turning into the Australian quartering. And he's flagging channels. He struck down a channel called Katie Did's channel, who's a person I know, I'm friendly with, who does clips, just clips other people's stuff so that people can watch and stuff like that. And he didn't like what the people were saying in the clips about him from other channels, but instead of striking the other channels for saying it, he struck her channel for clipping it. And he basically said he did it on purpose. He made a video doing it, and then he bragged about it. And then he said other people tried to get them to do it and say he's going to go after other people's, this girl Anna, that Star Wars girls, and this guy Dermy Wormy and FFS. He's going to go after them all. He said Ruby King and everybody. So yeah, so he's kind of a dick. So we don't like him per se. Yeah. Liam is going kamikaze again. Van Hollen is Maryland. Oh, is he Maryland? Okay. For some reason, I thought he was Delaware. I don't know. I get it so confused. They're all bleed together, those damn states. But thank you again, though, Uzelian, for the 10. Liam just nuked all his stuff. Thank you. With that, that means we are 43 away now from a second additional hour. And he says this is her channel now on Rumble. Katie did a podcast. If people want to go check it out, definitely. I'll put it in the chats if anybody wants to go give her a sub on Rumble, on YouTube, or in Kick or Twitch or any of the other places. Ooh, I almost hit the wrong button. I almost hit the end stream. But that's Katie Did's channel on Rumble. If you want to go support her, she could use it over there on Rumble. Oh, I'm not sharing this tab, so
Regarding not a pattern.
That's a pattern. She said it was Renee Good too.
1,900 people a day. There is not a pattern. Of
yes,
Please.
the Liam guy we were talking about last night. Yes, thank you for the 20. Wow, Christine, thank you so much. With that means we're now just $23 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Christine. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sweet Day? How you doing? She should stop stealing content without adding any Transformer content, in my opinion. Oh, Julio. She did not get struck. She did not get struck by the channels whose content it was. It wasn't any of Liam's stuff that she was clipping. She was clipping people talking about Liam. And the people who she clipped were fine with it. And, it's one of them things. Like, if they copyright struck her, that would be one thing. But he struck her for bullying him, even though she wasn't bullying him. She didn't say a fucking thing about him. So that's the difference. Oh, Julio goes, let's rally for 23.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you, Julio. He says, yeah, he struck her for the wrong reason when the right reason was in front of them all. Yeah, but, well, that's the thing. The people who could have struck her for copyright didn't, because they don't care, because it's advertising. It's free advertising. Like, if somebody wanted to clip pieces of my channel and put it out there, I mean, sure, I could say, I don't want you to do, you're stealing my stuff if they're just clipping it. But that would actually probably get me more views. People would go, well, I want to hear what else this guy says. Maybe, or maybe they think I'm an asshole. I don't know. But thank you so much, Julio. Thank you so much. With that, folks, we are $100 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much to everybody. I mean, it's up to people what they want to do. I just don't believe in striking people at all for anything. That's just my personal opinion. Great job, Julio. Thank you 100%. Thank you. And let me go over here then. And since we have to restart the goal, we will restart the Goalio for another hour over here on the YouTubes. It'll take me a second because I'm slow like that. 20 super chats, $5. I know, I'm going to go 10 yellows. That's what I'm going to do. 10 yellows for 1 hour. Why? I don't know, but it seems like people might go, it's only 10. We can do 10 as opposed to 20. Maybe. Okay. Bingo, bango, boingo. Thanks you to everybody. Let's rally. I'm just spending all my money since the solar flare is going to kill us all next week. Well, it's actually going to be tomorrow. Maybe. Or the next day. Maybe.
Cross your fingers, people.
Does Liam not know he can be attacked the same way? Well, he could be, yes, he can be attacked the same way, but that'd just be shitty for people to do it. And that's not anything I mean, he can actually be in trouble with YouTube for doing what he did, because he recorded a video saying what he was doing, bragging about it, and then saying he was going to go after these other channels. And the reasons that he said he was doing it was because they hurt his feelings. And that's called a false flag. You can't false flag people for hurting your feelings. Why can't you pay the Monty Python clip when it's publicly available? These are from the 70s, prophetic and hysterical. Because there's still copyrighted video and stuff like that. I think has to be 100 years old. Audio and video recording has to be 100 years old before it's what's it called, in the
public domain.
Public domain. Yeah, it's 100 years to be in public domain.
Unless you're Mickey Mouse and you get to keep renewing it over and over, for decades and centuries.
Creation of words.
Words matter.
They do.
And I will tell you,
you of all people should know that words matter. And so
yes,
when you say
they
there's
are.
a pattern, there's not a pattern.
Oh, I would say 3 in a row is a pattern.
No, sir.
Secretary.
That's not a pattern. We arrest.
Let's get out the
1,900 people
dictionary.
more
Put
a
your
day.
semantics aside. The reality is this is a big.
There is no semantics behind this. A pattern of 3 people when we average 1,900 a day is not a pattern.
You've just acknowledged your predecessor made statements that were not factually accurate. I want to go. So it sounds like you're not willing to share evidence with the state authorities who are trying to get to the bottom of this. And I will just say, Mr. Secretary, that given the statements that came out of this administration, including the White House, it is hard to trust this administration to do an independent investigation. That's why it's important.
But yet you trust
share
the last
that.
administration?
I'm talking about giving it to the authorities
No, I'm just
of
saying,
Minnesota.
we're calling Apple what an
Let
apple
me
is,
ask
or
you,
calling
I
orange
want
what
to
an
ask
orange is.
you,
Don't sit
Mr.
there and
Secretary,
start picking one administration to believe in another administration not to.
Mr. Secretary, just please calm down. I'm going to ask you about Kilmore Abrego Garcia. Are you aware of the fact that in that case, he has agreed to be removed to Costa Rica and that Costa Rica has agreed to accept them?
Who cares? We're not a fucking travel agency. So whatever. He's going somewhere else. Oh yeah. Seriously, Fox? Seriously? Why you do that, Fox? Anyway, so Markwayne Mullin trashes Senator Chris Murphy. We saw that.
You know, I do have an opening statement here.
All right, no, we saw that already. Okay, this is interesting. Ready? SpaceX is reportedly targeting $135 IPO price as Morningstar says valuation should be halved. Well, no, why? Last week, Elon Musk said it called Bloomberg SpaceX said to cut IPO value story false, marking the latest clash between Musk and the mainstream media. Yeah, they don't want it. So Liam trying to get above the 15 viewers he have after the comic promotion to a king and after self-deletion threats. Well, you should clip your own video and force Joe to include it in his show. I don't get that. See, Jim, you seem to always teach me something. Well, I try. Verbiage matters. Yes. Reuters has released a new report which says, based on sources, SpaceX is planning a $135 price share, aiming to raise a record $75 billion by selling about 555.6 million shares to get an estimated 1.75 trillion valuation. Well, look at that. NVIDIA, SpaceX. The listing at its target value would put SpaceX among a tiny group of companies valued over $1 trillion. Yeah, but I think this would be the most valuable IPO ever offered. SpaceX roadshow is expected to begin Thursday with potential NASDAQ debut under the ticker SPIX. I'm just reading what it says. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, B of A, and Citigroup are all in the deal. Sources say the IPO is structured as an all-primary offering, which means the proceeds will go to SpaceX rather than existing shareholders. Musk will reportedly be subject to a 366-day lockup period. Uh-oh. The idea of $1 trillion is insane. At $1.75 trillion, projected booking revenue of $18.67 billion, SpaceX would trade at roughly 90 times trailing sales. The company also reported a $4.94 billion loss in 2025 compared with the prior year, with Starlink Internet as a major profit engine. Well, yeah, it's expensive to launch all those fucking satellites. You know. There is a separate report from Morningstar saying that the valuation should be less than half of the 1.75 trillion figure. Morningstar equity analyst Nicholas Owens wrote in a note that his team doesn't see Grok as one of the leading AI labs today. Oh, well, you're retarded because Grok is way better than ChatGPT. It's way better than Gemini. It's way better than the Google, whatever Google's called, because I believe Gemini is Microsoft. It's way better than all of them. We think the company is significantly overvalued and investors will have an opportunity to buy stock at more attractive levels after the IPO. SpaceX IPO closing market above currently stands at 89% for a market cap above 1.8 trillion. Yes, don't forget to like. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to like. SpaceX is preparing a record-setting IPO that would test public market appetite. Well, that's good. I think it's going to be good. This says SpaceX targets $135 IPO at a 1.77 trillion valuation.
You mentioned the amended filing for SpaceX. Our Leslie Picker broke that on the air and joins us here at Post 9 with some additional details, maybe. Hey, LP.
Hey, Carl. Yeah, so that amended filing is expected to come after the market today. So in speaking with people familiar with the matter, it sounds like the company and its advisors have agreed on a fixed price ahead of the roadshow. This is different than the typical range that you would see and you go and meet with investors and market your deal at a range. In this case, this is pretty unique here. They're doing a fixed price. They've already said it of $135 a share. They're going to offer 555.6 million shares for a total IPO size of $75 billion. I was curious kind of whether there was any significance to the $135 price or 555.6 million shares. It sounds like it was just the math that got you to a $75 billion offering, as simple as that. On a diluted valuation basis, a fully diluted valuation basis, this will be a $1.75 trillion company, and that assumes and includes the EchoStar deal as well as the Cursor deal, but it would not include the performance units that would hit for Elon Musk when there is a sizable presence on Mars, for example. And the details of that fixed price does confirm a Reuters report from last night. The fixed price kind of comes from a very broad and wide-ranging testing the waters process. So the bankers and the company have already gotten a lot of feedback, according to my sources, and so they felt comfortable at this level, didn't need a typical range. I also asked about anchor investors, because you see those typically with these big deals where you have long onlys on the cover that comprise a certain proportion of the offering, which increases the scarcity even more. I'm told that won't be the case here. They have some long onlys that they've been talking with, and there's implicit demand, but there's not going to be actual anchor investors on the cover when we see that amended filing, most likely tonight.
All right, so Leslie, what thought have they given to the retail market problem? Do they understand that whatever price they're picking could be radically different and entirely possible that there'll be buyers with market orders who might come up to $400, $500? What do they have on the other side to make it so that they're not batched a la 1999 and the price opens at at 260?
Yeah.
What are they thinking about?
I asked that very question because it's so important here.
What did they say?
They're looking.
Let me address a couple things. We did have a $5 donation come in again on Cash App from Lurch Linger. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger, for the $5 on Cash App. That means we are now $95 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. So thank you so much for that. And I want to address what is NASA valued at? NASA is owned by the government. It gets a budget from the U.S. government, so it has no value. It's not a company, really. It's not private. It's, a government organization. So it has like a $25 billion budget. The NASA's budget is $24.5 billion. The agency has spent almost $2 trillion since it was its inception. So it's not a company. It's not value. It doesn't have no value. It has no value.
Looking to allocate 30% to retail, and they did admit this is a big wild card here because you can come out with a fixed price, you go through the marketing process, you get that feedback,
I agree,
but not until they kind
Frames and rhythm.
set those terms and start the roadshow will they get that
But
feedback.
is there something they can do where there's a quick release? If they see that it looks like that the public's paying market orders, they batch them together, and it's 400. Is there any way that they can have something on the other side, not to be like 1999?
Well, they have stuff to protect from the downside. I don't know if they have anything to protect from the upside.
Do they not know what happened?
But I do think that the retail component, the fact that it is 30% is unique here. Usually it's much smaller and retail becomes that marginal buyer on day one.
For them,
So
maybe they'll
giving them
flip it.
Well, that's the question is, do they flip it?
I just don't want
What
people
do
to
they
get
do?
hurt. I hope they understand that in 1999, orders were batched. Bad guys took the other side. They were all investigated. A lot of them were drummed out of the business because people realized they opened it really high, and then the brokers walked it all the way down, made a fortune against retail. Do they know that?
But is this the size of this deal is so much larger than anything that you're talking about? Does that matter?
No.
You don't think so?
No, because this is the biggest deal of all time.
No.
So Jim Cramer, who is notoriously wrong about like everything all the time. Guy is notoriously wrong about a lot of stuff. So who knows? He's saying this is a bad idea. Maybe I should buy it then. I don't know. NASA should offer moon right alongs to Iran. That's priceless. Good things come with peace. NASA contracts it out. Yeah, they don't build rocket ships or anything.
I know, but my point is 30% to retail of a $75 billion raise is not an insignificant sum. The things you're talking about from 99 were tiny.
No, I'm talking about people who have never even opened an account, who don't know the difference between a limit order and a market order, who come in and don't realize there's no one on the other side of the trade because no one has stock, and the broker has to hope that the retail guy flips, which is the opposite of what they want. I don't think they've thought this through.
I guess
don't know if they're
the point David's
serious.
making is that the retail base is much more mature and larger now, right? It's not like you get a flood of inexperienced trading coming in.
I think you will. I don't think that retail base covers nearly. This is a man who is the most revered businessman of our time, and a lot of people want a piece of it, and not just the people who are on the deal. I mean, they got to think about who they're really. This is a real problem on the other side when this thing opens. We don't want this thing to double.
My understanding is that, and this is, bits and pieces here and there, but
Did he say we don't want this thing to double? Did he just say we don't want this thing to double?
Largely
What?
from the Robin Hoods of the world and the SoFi, they will represent a portion of it, but they're looking at, Chase Private Bank and Merrill Lynch, and they're looking at retail abroad in order to do so. It's a little bit different.
What does he mean?
That's a small universe.
What the fuck does he mean? We don't want this thing to double. If it doubles, then everybody makes money. All the people that have the stock make money. I don't understand. So what is he saying? That it's going to double right away? It's going to go up, and the retail people are going to buy at the higher price, and then the people are going to sell out underneath them and cut it and run it down, and basically do what they tried to do to the GameStop people? Is that what he thinks is going to happen?
Everyone and so many people want to buy on the deal, and there's nothing for them other than a market order and a $400 price that's reached between 1 and 2 p.m.
Leslie, thanks.
Oh, well, shit. Now I'm scared because he's saying it's going to be a $400 price between 1 and 2 p.m. That makes me think there's going to be something bad. Like something bad's going to happen to it. Anyway, I just wanted to show everybody what oil was today. So everyone knows. Oil closed at $81.59. $81.59 where we're at. It's $81.69 now. So it went up a little bit. But I mean, at $81.69, $81.59, our gas prices should be under $4.
It seems like something else is going on, Jim.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I don't know what it is, but yeah, might be.
ARK Venture Fund has a 17% in stake at SpaceX. I'm currently in the ARK Venture Fund. Awesome, good for you. Kramer is notoriously wrong. I mean, has anyone been in GameStop in a year or two? I have no idea, but people made a lot of money on the GameStop. I mean, I'm just saying. He said the left doesn't want Elon to get richer. Oh, okay. How many people have said they love Kramer because they know what to do the opposite of what they do well? Okay. Yeah, well, Kramer's a moron. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want it to double? I've inspected parts at NASA, but most are contracted out. It's $3.65 in Tennessee and Kentucky. Well, that's not bad. I mean, it's got to get lower. I would prefer it to be like $1.65 personally. Me personally. Gas was $3.60 when you bought it today. If you threaten to make too much, the PPT is in place to stop it. Oh, you're talking about like the automated systems would just cut it out. You're surprised Kramer still has a show? Yeah, I don't know. People watch him. My son loved going to GameStop when he was little. GameStop was a great business. They just didn't have a good business model. Kramer's got to play on the short side. GameStop at Fort Eustis PX Mall gone. Card game collector shop took its slot. Me too. Believe I drive 100 miles a day. Okay. Haven't been in a GameStop in 68 years. Well, then you've never been there because they haven't been around 68 years. The plunge protection team. Okay. 318 this morning at a convenience store near me this afternoon. Well, that's awesome. 318 is not bad. It's clearly the prices are coming down, that the whole Strait of Hormuz is not really that big of a deal when it comes to our gas prices. Now watch this. Chuck Scummer sidesteps the Plattner scandals and confirms he's going to support the controversial Nazi. So what do you think? Chuck Scummer is going to support the Nazi. Chuck Scum supports the Nazi.
Are you satisfied with the explanations he's given for the controversies his campaign is faced right now? Are you concerned by what we've heard?
I met with Graham Plattner today. We're going to beat Susan Collins, take back the Senate.
Are you?
So you're saying that Janet Mills, your preferred candidate, has been rattling that she should get back in. You're standing behind Graham Plattner.
We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Yes.
does Democrats sticking behind Grant Plattner, does that hurt their credibility in attacking Ken Paxton?
We're going to take back, we're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Any other subject?
He's not saying he's standing behind Graham Plattner. He never said those words. He's saying we're going to beat him, we're going to take back the Senate. He never said anything. He just said he spoke with Graham Plattner today. He didn't say and he supports him. He's trying to say what he's going to say. If Scummer is supporting the guy that fast, I want nothing to do with him. I don't think he is. I think he's trying to get Mills in. They're going to try to do some cheeseburger. Chuck's up to something. Yeah, Chuck is a loser. He never said the words. And I'll play it again and listen and see if he does. But he's never said, I support Graham Plattner. That's never came out of his mouth.
You got any other subject? Yes, you right there. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Last one.
You have not said if you're endorsing Graham Plattner. Are you still supporting Graham Plattner?
As I said, I endorse Graham Plattner. We're going to beat Susan Collins.
Oh, he does endorse Graham Plattner. Okay, he does endorse Graham Plattner. Wow. So he ignored persistent questions about the controversies. Wow. So he does say it at the end. Wow, that's interesting. Plattner, an oyster farmer, faced a bunch of controversies because he's a Nazi with a Nazi tattoo. He also is a communist. So it's weird. He's hates himself. He's a Nazi communist. Scummer was asked several more times whether he supports Plattner, and he just kept trying to shade it until the end. Any other subjects? Yeah, so we heard it. We don't need to play it. So that's Chucky Scum. Yeah, let's. This is from Twitchy, which is God. Who is this again? Who writes for this? Who's this is Twitchy. I can't remember her name. She used to be on the Blaze or something. Susan, after the joke. Yeah, we're gonna beat back the Senate and retake Sudan Collins. Yeah. He's not happy about being forced in his position. The Dems do not want this guy to become their face. He's charismatic, but he's not politically savvy and carries too much baggage. It's awesome watching Chuck squirm his way out of its presser. Basically, nobody saw. Yeah. A cuck Scummer sticks with Nazi Plattner. Repeats mantra like a glitchy robot. Today, the Democrat bigwigs went with Plattner. Scummer, I met with Plattner today. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. Just in case you thought the demon rats might do the right thing and kick the Nazi to the curb, you would be wrong. That's their man. They're sticking with them. No matter how he was asked a question, he said, we're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. I endorse Graham Plattner. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. We're going to beat Susan Collins and take back the Senate. We're going to beat back the Senate and retake Susan Collins. Yeah, Chuck, America hears you loud and clear. All the demon rats care about is winning, even if their candidate's a Nazi. Wrote a book about anti-Semitism. Yes. Scummer only used to care about anti-Semitism. He even wrote a book about it. Now he's going to bat for a Nazi and endorsed him. That's crazy. Spencer Pratt says he's going to fight Karen Bass in Los Angeles mayoral runoff. Of course they support the Nazis. They always have. Yes, they have. They've always been tight with the Nazis. They've always been tight with the Nazis. They really like the Nazis. The Nazis are the Democrats. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Karen Bass grabbed the lead in the high-stakes mayoral race Tuesday night, but a confident Spencer Pratt said he will advance to take her on in the runoff in November. At 10:15 p.m., with 48% of the vote counted, Bass had 36%, Plattner had 29.55%, and the Ramadan chick had 20.79%. Yeah, but I bet you they're going to try and pull some shit, people. They're going to try and pull some shit. Mark my words. They're going to try. They're going to try to pull some shit. I just want to see if this is actually going to be a video. It's going to be something. It's going to be a fun ride.
I hope she's ready.
Are you ready?
I mean, I was born for this, clearly. So,
what's the next step now, Spencer? What is it so your message can spread to Los Angeles to get you over the edge?
Well, now I have 5 months to get deep into every community that hasn't heard my message to make them safe. So I'm actually very excited because I felt very rushed. It's a big city, and I was not able to talk to as many people as I look forward to talking to.
To those,
Yeah.
To those voters who will now be deciding between you and Mayor Bass, what is your pitch on why you are the better candidate and the better future mayor of the city?
Well, again, I have 5 months now to prove that to them. It's not a pitch tonight. These people just voted for Mayor Bass. It's going to take a lot of work. I'm going to have to show them that. But I'm confident with 5 months in their own communities, with their community leaders. It won't. Again, Mayor Bass, this is the first time since 2005 an incumbent is going to a runoff. This is not a candidate that I'm too concerned about. So.
We talked about the fact that you've had 6 months. This trajectory of yours has been nothing short of meteoric. Has the moment sunk in yet of where you are now? You have now become a serious contender to lead the nation's second largest city. You could be, Spencer Pratt, the next mayor of Los Angeles. Are you ready for
sadly, he has
I'm ready
no
for whatever
chance.
God puts in
Oh,
front of me.
no.
Obviously, I was going to accept whatever God's plan was tonight. I was going to be happy if I wasn't moving forward because I would have known that God didn't want me to be the mayor. But now I feel very confident that I'm going to continue to work hard, learn everything I need to learn, build my teams, show all the experience I'm going to surround.
Oh, man. Christine says, Fox pissed me off earlier this evening talking about Spencer Pratt running more fake AI ads. What the fuck, Fox? Are you rooting for Bass? Fox sucks, man. They do. They really suck. They really suck. They sucky, suck, Fox. They suck. Susan Collins lives in a purple state. Would a MAGA Republican win Maine? No. A MAGA Republican would not win Maine. It's just weird. Maine is a weird state. Always been a weird state. Always been a weird state. It's hard to say how weird it is. Like Telrico is charismatic. Yeah, they tried. If you notice, they tried to run an ad with Telfrico, basically trying to make him look like Billy Bob Thornton in Landman. Like the same hat, the same truck, the same shirt. It's like, who the fuck did this? Like, you're trying to make people go, oh, yeah, he's from Texas. Look, he's Landman. Like, yeah, flush that Bass turd. That's right. I'm late. Hey, Jim. Iowa Henson helped Nikki Haley get Dems to register as riders to vote for Nikki in presidential primary. Afraid she's a Nikki Rhino type, which we wanted to flush out of the Senate, so that's a bummer. Really? Then why did Trump back her? Thank you for letting me know that. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that. Wow. Fox are commies and talking heads like every other MSF Sunday get a strike. How crazy would it be for a Republican mayor and governor? It would be really crazy. CBS is becoming better than Fox. Yes, they are. They are. They really are. Stephen King lives there. Yeah. Yeah, he does. Mainers.
Myself with because that's a concern people have. Oh, he has no experience. I'm going to build that experience around.
Build that experience. Yes, it's awesome. So, I mean, he's out there talking to all these people. We have 5 months to build our team. Speaking of supporters, Ramadan delivered what appeared to be an emotional and tearful address, thanking volunteers and helping them for this little campaign to grow into a serious one. Uh-oh. I hear my grandson crying. That's not good. Polling leading election night showed Bass, Rahman, and Pratt separated only by a few percentage points. Whoa. No. I mean, Ramadan is 10 points behind Pratt, and Pratt's only 4 points behind Bass. So, I mean, but yeah, look at that smile. That communist right there is trying to plot something. In LA, Demon Rats count the votes, just saying. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All I could picture was a BBT, the other movie where he plays the weird guy. Effed up people too. D's lots of smellies. Yeah. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. I'm sure a lot of fake ballots are being stuffed. Yeah. Joker smile. You ain't kidding. Pratt is the fire to rat roast.
Rat row.
Rat row. Even 21 years ago, Mayor Hahn faced two very, very credible opponents. They were much tougher elections than this one. We also didn't have a homeless crisis. Bass was elected in 2022. after defeating billionaire developer Rick Caruso, had argued that she deserves another 4 years. Yeah, because they didn't finish burning it down yet. They got more to burn down. Lewiston, Maine elected a smelly mayor. Under Los Angeles' top 2 election system, the 2 candidates receiving the most votes will advance. Bass entered the race as the incumbent and early favorite. That's Rama Damalam lady, who's done nothing except for scam people out of money, claiming she was in charge of all the homeless shit. So they want the lady that was in charge of the homeless shit that basically just stole all the money. He wants to be the mayor now, steal more. Nitya Ramadan has disqualified herself from higher office. She showed voters she was not ready for the job. Oh yeah, we won't help you. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. Have to keep an eye on this. An eye on it. Got to keep an eye on it. There you go. And then the governor's race says California primary Republican candidate Steve Hilton takes the lead. Ballots trickle in. Steve Hilton took the lead late Thursday night after the polls closed. All the homeless shit is a scam. Yeah. Vote today for Steve Hilton for governor. He'll work with me. 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 He will work with me. We are the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. I'm trying to set something up here. Let's see if this works. Okay, that's done. Done and done there. Becerra. So here, we'll listen. Let's see what this guy is.
Or it's just going to have to be such a flood of Democratic ballots coming in after, being tabulated after election night or into the wee hours this morning that would just lift both Democrats over Hilton. That's increasingly what it needs to be for Steyer.
That would never happen, Jim. That would never.
If it happens, if it happens, this guy's basically saying it's stolen. He's saying, "What do you think of Byron Donalds? He's got my vote. I've met Byron Donalds. He's been at my house when he was running the first time he ran for Congress. When he ran in the primary, he was at my house to get my vote, and he got it. I spoke to him bluntly, and he answered it in a way that that I would have expected anybody that has the same beliefs I have to answer the question. And the question was, what do you think about racism in America?
And he answered about solar flares.
No, and he answered it the same way I would answer it. He said, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
I said, you got my vote.
I do love how this guy was saying, they'll just keep counting, and they'll keep counting, and they'll keep counting. And, if you keep counting, Democrats win.
There we go. Legals are allowed to vote in California. Yeah, they do. What's this? New Jersey Democrats. Oh, my God. What's this? Democrats in New Jersey get primary win to candidate with ties to Al Qaeda. Yeah, I saw this. This is crazy. We'll do this next. Let me do this. Wow, it's crazy. It's crazy that they would say that. Like, there's no way you can do it. There's no way you can do it. So Steve Hilton is an optimist, has appeared optimistic. Yeah.
We're not there yet, but it's looking good. It looks very much as if Californians really will have the chance to vote for change in November and take our state in a new direction, a fresh start for our state. which is long overdue. But I just want to say something to every single person who voted for me and every single person who voted in this election, whether you voted for me or not. I am here for you, for every single one of you.
For every single one of you, he's here for you. He thanks his supporters.
The struggle that Californians are facing.
Uh-oh, he's talking about my struggle? He's talking about his struggle? He's talking about Mein Kampf, his struggle?
Today. That is the word, and it's a very sad thing to say about our beautiful state. And I've been on the road and doing hundreds of events and the town halls and all the people that come, and I see it in your eyes, the struggle of running a small business, the struggle for working people in California. Young people who don't see their future in California anymore, who think that they have to move to another state to have that dream of owning their own home that we used to offer better than anywhere else in the world. That's what we need to get back to California.
Wow, that's what we need to get back. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. This is some good news. We'll get to this one right now. So, yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on this. We're going to try to keep an eye. Don't let them steal it. We're going to have to check it out. Then look at this. Pakistan is set to execute 2 men who gang raped stranded French motorists in front of her children. What? Mein struggle. Yes. That's crazy. This guy is English. At least the crazy lady only got single digits in the governor race. On camera? And how much? Sounds of yelling and positive. Not much support. Yeah. Did the shirt you're wearing used to have 2 vertical designs running down either side of the buttons? No, this is just it's a different shirt, dude. You have zero faith in California. I have many shirts. I have many leather-bound books.
I have depth.
So the Lahore, wow, they called her a whore and they're executing them anyway. That's crazy. Abid Ali and Saqaf Ali will remain under sentence of death after they challenged a 2021 judgment. Pakistan High Court upheld the death sentence of 2 men convicted in a 2020 gang rape of a French tourist. Now, is it a gang rape if it's just 2 people? Is that considered a gang rape? I'm being serious here. Is that I would think when it's a gang rape, I would think that's more than 2 people.
3 or more.
Like 3 or more, you would think, right? Yeah, and they reject the appeals, leaving the convictions in place. The Lahore High Court ruled on Wednesday that Abid Ali and Saqaf Ali will remain under sentence of death after they challenged the 2021 judgment from the anti-terrorism court that found them guilty of gang rape, kidnapping, robbery, and terrorism-related offenses. You have many complaints. In Pakistan, in Pakistanis. The Pakistanis said, listen, you 2 Pakistanis. Bystanders gang? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The case goes back to 2020 when a French woman of Pakistani origin was traveling with her 3 children along the Saklat-Lahore motorway. The vehicle ran out of petrol, it should say. More like a tag team. That's what I would say. It was a tag team, not a gang rape. The vehicle reportedly ran out of petrol during a late-night journey, leaving the family stranded on the roadside. According to investigators, the woman had stayed inside the car with her children while waiting for assistance. The attackers eventually smashed the window, forced their way inside the vehicle, dragged her out, assaulted her at gunpoint in front of her children. The group stole cash, jewelry, and bank cards before fleeing the scene. Are the leather-bound books made with human leather? Necronomicon? No. I don't pray to Chichulu, or whatever his name is. Chichulu? I don't know. Authorities said the suspects were identified within days after the investigators used mobile phone location data and DNA evidence collected from the crime scene. One of the men, Shafqat Ali, also reportedly confessed before the magistrate during the proceedings. I wonder how much he was tortured, because I'm going to tell you something right now. Pakistanis, they don't have any problem with torturing people. Cthulhu, right? Cthulhu, what is his name? Hadravogas. The survivor later identified both defendants. Based on the evidence, the anti-terrorism court convicted the pair and imposed death sentences. During the appeal process, what also was death sentences was the name of the book by Matthew Harris. He was a PhD in language arts or something. Yeah, in psychology or something like that. And he wrote, it's called Death Sentences. You can check that out. He's in prison right now.
Lots of N-words in that.
Lots of
them. Lots of them.
Yeah. Unbreaded. On paper. Touchdown. Except the cheaters stamp them as received before postmark and count them. It's not really pronounceable by humans. Okay. Matthew C. Harris. Yes. Death sentences. Dan Bongino on Ingram Engel. Dems normalizing radicalism. Yes, they do. Did they have an audience? I don't know. During the appeal process, defense argued that there were inconsistencies in the case, that the evidence was not reliable enough to sustain the convictions. Prosecutors countered with strong forensic and digital evidence and said the trial court had properly evaluated material before issuing its ruling. Clulu is one rendition. The Lahore High Court ultimately sided with the prosecution, dismissed the appeals. The case sparked outrage in Pakistan at the time, with protests, especially by women, and widespread criticism of remarks made by then Lahore Police Chief Umar Sheikh, who questioned why the victim had been traveling at night and suggested she could have taken a different route. Touched on paper, unbreaded. Well, that's it for that story. Democrats in New Jersey give a primary win to a candidate with Al-Qaeda ties in a district that's the final resting place for the man who said, "Let's roll" on 9/11. Oh my God. Can you believe that? The cemetery that I wonder how many people in that cemetery are going to vote. And are going to vote. They're probably going to vote for the guy who ties to Al-Qaeda.
Yep. And they'll vote many times.
They'll vote many times. This guy. Yeah. Democrats in Jersey just handed a primary win to Adam Hamaway, which that's not his real name. His real name is Akdam Hamdaway, and a candidate with actual ties to terrorists. This district where Todd Beamer is buried. You may remember Todd Beamer as the airline passenger who famously said, "Let's roll," as his last known words, referring to the other passengers that prepared to retake control of the plane, which crashed into a field in rural Pennsylvania. I know that's the story. There was reports on 9/11 back then that they shot the plane down. I don't know if that happened or not, but just saying. Dick Cheney was running things. This is what Democrats have come to. Utterly shameful. Squad-backed Demon Rat, who volunteered with Al-Qaeda-linked group, wins primary to replace Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman. Adam Hamway, an Egyptian-born combat surgeon who once volunteered with an Al-Qaeda group in Bosnia, emerged victorious Tuesday. How did this guy, hold the fuck on. How did a guy who volunteered with an Al-Qaeda group get naturalized U.S. citizenship? How did that happen? Did he lie on the documentation? Are you fucking telling me that we naturalized a guy that we knew worked with Al-Qaeda? Or did he lie about it? Because if he lied about it, take away his fucking citizenship, like yesterday. Yes, this is disgusting. It is. I think I've gotten close, and it's just a weird throat noise I make. I worked at a bank in my 20s. We had a customer named I'm a Whore. True story. When I trained people, I would put her account up and see if they had a sense of humor. Of course, the Hamway, the guy who worked with Al-Qaeda, was in Al-Qaeda, is a critic of Israel. Oh. And he's ties to Ro Khanna, who surprisingly, Ro Khanna and Thomas Maciel are just great friends. Great friends. Huh. Ilhan Omar, another terrorist. Ocasio-Cortez, a dim-witted bartender who basically just won the I'm a Whore contest to be elected in the government. and Rashida Tlaib, another terrorist, as well as socialist Bernie Sanders, a fucking communist. Iraq War veteran Hamway has made national headlines. Wait a minute. How did this guy that's an Iraq War veteran also go and help people in Bosnia with Al-Qaeda? Something doesn't make sense here with the story. Something doesn't make sense in the story. Hamway also had a years-long relationship with Sheikh Ammar Abdul-Rahman, who was convicted of seditious conspiracy in 1995 after his followers carried out the bombing of the World Trade Center. This is Todd Let's Roll Beamer, who died heroically while trying to retake the flight. Hamway's association and he was a translator to Abdul Rahman, the blind sheikh. One of Hamway's loudest and most high-profile supporters and endorsers has openly declared America deserves 9/11. I need to know more about this guy. I really do, because how was this guy in the Iraq War if he was doing all this stuff in 95? What the fuck is going on in this country? What the fuck is going on in this country? I don't understand how Tlaib spells Tlaib. I don't know. Have you covered California's family values Democrat caught kissing his congressional aide outside Swalwell's house? No, I haven't. Is that Gomez? Is that Jimmy Gomez or something? I know there's one under investigation now. Not sure. Which World Trade Center bombing? Both, I believe. I mean, the first one, he was translator for Abdul Rahman, and then he was connected to people in Bosnia when he was fighting with the Bosnians, Al-Qaeda, some group. That's what it said. A Democrat with terror ties linked to the 93 World Trade Center bombing is on track to become New Jersey's next congressman. Oh, crap. Adam Hamway. His name ain't Adam. Let's get his real name. Yes, Health Ethics. Okay. All right. That was a couple days ago. I had that story, I believe. I'm opening a couple tabs here. All right, give me a second here. Let me do this. This is some interesting news, which we could talk about real quick. Since the 1980s, the Sahara Desert has shrunk by roughly 8%. Oh, crap. I see. I got to do this real quick. If you're on Instagram, we are approaching rapidly 4 hours. We're at 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 42 seconds. So if you're on Instagram, I got to cut it off because there's a 4-hour cap on Instagram. So if you're on Instagram, come over to Rumble, come over to Facebook, come over to YouTube, come over to X, come over to Kick, Twitch, something. Preferably YouTube, though. But if you're on Instagram, I'll see you. Have a nice day. All right. And just so everybody knows, there's about 15 minutes left on the goal, and we are currently $95 away, so I don't think we're going to make it. Whoever's in Rumble, start looking for somewhere to raid. I think it's going to be Third Railify or something like that. But since the 80s, the Sahara has shrunk by roughly 8%. Satellite data shows widespread greening, a pattern that is playing out across. Is less desert good? It means the planet's changing. The green Sahara would mean something. Will Massey be the next ambassador to Iran? That would be a funny place to send him. Around 50% of the Earth's vegetated land has become significantly greener, an area roughly 3 times the size of the United States. Snow commies? No thanks. The dormant driver is not rainfall or land use change. It's rising atmospheric CO2. You don't say. Increasing CO2 makes plants grow better. Higher CO2 lets plants photosynthesize more efficiently. They lose less water and they tolerate heat and dryness better. You don't say. The effect is strongest along the desert margins across the Sahel, the Middle East, Australia's interior, and the southern edge of the Sahara. Sahara. It sounds good. Look at it. Since the 80s.
Since the 1980s, the Sahara has shrunk by roughly 8%. Satellite data show widespread greening, a pattern that is playing out across the planet. Around 50% of Earth's vegetated land has become significantly greener, an area roughly 3 times the size of the United States. The dominant driver is not rainfall or land use change, it is rising atmospheric CO2. Higher CO2 lets plants photosynthesize more efficiently, they lose less water, they tolerate heat and dryness better. The effect is strongest along desert margins.
Strongest along desert margins. That's interesting. So they're going to start seeing more oases.
Australia's interior and the southern edge of the Sahara. Rising CO2 is making the deserts and the planet as a whole greener.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's amazing, right? Drip feeds, maybe. Planets eat CO2. It's amazing. It is. CO2 machines are used in greenhouses. Yes, it's amazing, isn't it, Boo? It's amazing. It's amazing how that works. It's amazing. CO2 is not soot, plastic, poison. It's the gas plants breathe. Without CO2, there's no photosynthesis, no crops, no forests, no Greenland. That's right. All the people that keep talking about CO2 is a problem. They want us all to die. Look at this. Oh, New York City, a black woman on the metro shouted that the Jews are eating the kids. That's a quote from this article. I don't think that, but the black woman shouted and attacked a woman she accused of being a Jew.
So Jews are eating kids. Did you guys smell the kids? So Jews are eating kids. Did you guys smell the kids? Yeah.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Jews are eating kids. Whoa. It's okay for her to eat a kid, but I can't choke her down?
I was just assaulted.
Okay,
Yeah.
Wow. Ripped her hair out. Wow. That's crazy. Ripped a lump of hair out. Screams blood rival. This is crazy. Chokes, punches, rips hair from a Jewish woman. Textbook hate. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, this is about the superseding indictment. Damn it. This is about the superseding indictment of the SPLC. We already covered this. Check this out. New media hoax just dropped. Daniel Benz is a man and a convicted child sex offender who exposed himself to women while being held at a women's prison. He's literally charged with illegal firearms possession and threatening to kill police. The media is referring to him as a woman. You don't hate the media enough. And the black lady's defense, she thought the woman was wearing a weave. Okay. German flag is an interesting touch. Joe is starting. I know he is. Woman accused of threatening authorities after illegal fire. Woman. It's not a woman. It's not a woman. This is the person. Daniel Whitebird Benz is a man pretending to be a woman. He's a convicted felon and sex offender who's prohibited from possessing firearms.
That's the woman, right?
That's the man.
Well, but that's the woman.
They're claiming it's a woman, but it's a man. That's no woman. That's a man, baby.
That's a man. Brittany Griner.
Yeah. I agree. Illegal firearms possession is bullshit. I agree. I don't think there should be any gun laws. Zero. Zilch. None. Net. Beautiful woman. Yeah, she's pretty. Yes. A very handsome woman. Media is referring to him as a woman. It's crazy. 1 days without trans violence. 0. Once again, assless chaps and pedo month. That's crazy.
That's right. We're in June, aren't we?
Yeah. Guns don't kill people. Trans people. Oh, yeah. That would terrify me. I'm going to have nightmares now from this. I have nightmares. Secretary Rubio, this is a weird rule where you ask a question I can't answer. Representative Madeline Dean.
Distribution.
Well, because one of those were in cahoots with Hamas. And we saw an incredible amount of the aid flow into Hamas's hands.
Reclaiming my time, the aid was held up at the border by Israel, and you
gotta
know
fix
it.
your rules here. You can't even answer a question.
You're not following the rules. You're very familiar with how this works.
No, I don't. I never served in the House. This is a weird rule where you ask a question and I can't answer.
Would you please add time to the clock?
Nope. Nope. Suck it.
Distribution.
Well, because
nope. Suck it. This is a weird rule where you ask a question and I can't answer it. Look at this. A Democrat Congresswoman stormed out of Marco Rubio's hearing as Rubio clowned her. Wait, why is she leaving? Well, thank you for coming.
Americans in
why is she leaving? I'm going to answer her questions.
I will.
Oh, she's going. Okay, I got it. Well, thank you for coming.
All right, so we're going to talk about. I just want to.
Unfortunately, Representative's time has expired. Representative Salazar is recognized.
Yes,
and giving contracts with no transparency
Can I
is
borrow your
exactly
time
the
to
reason
answer?
why you shut down USAID. So practice what you preach. I yield my time.
She gets to scream now too?
Take down her words.
I'll give you some time. I'll give you some of my time. Then you just.
Okay. Oh God, what kind of thing is this? What is this? You get asked questions for 5 minutes and you don't get time to answer. It's not a hearing.
I think you said clown
like
show
a dunk
before.
tank. What is
I
this?
don't have to tell you. I don't.
I've even used their time. How can I answer the question? They don't even give me time. I've had to use their time to answer your questions.
Yes.
All right, whatever.
All right, so I don't need to tell you that in my community, the city that I represent, the city of Miami, you're one of the most illustrious representatives, and that we're very proud.
Well, I don't know who she is, Jim, but
Who's Salazar?
Yeah, she's kind of pretty.
Yeah, she's for she's got this thing called the Digna Dot Act. She's a piece of shit. I
don't care about that. I'm only talking about how she looks. Okay.
Oh yeah,
look at her.
I wouldn't. Never mind. I'm not going to say.
I'll say it.
And that we're very proud of you, not only the Cuban Americans, but the Hispanic Americans in
Why is she leaving? I'm going to answer her questions.
I will.
Oh, she's going. Okay, I got it. Well, thank you for coming.
Night, Pat Hacker. Night, Stan.
All right, so we're going to talk about. I just want to.
Yeah. Okay. That was good, right? Markwayne Mullin just obliterated Representative Sri Trailander. When will you stop spreading bigoted, racist words?
Concerns that your post will motivate white supremacist violence. When will you stop DHS from using its social media accounts to spread bigoted and racist words and imagery promoting great replacement theory?
It's interesting how you make those claims and give no facts, but yet your party's the one that's supporting the guy that's got a Nazi tattoo.
I have the facts. I have the facts, sir.
No, there is no facts. You throw out nationalism, Nazism, and that's exactly what causes the hatred and the violence that happens to our officers every single day. And you should be ashamed of using that.
Well, look, no, it's not my words.
It is your words.
Look
It
here.
is your words.
Here is Colorado
Did you
Fusion
endorse the
Center.
candidate in Maine?
Here is
Did
Colorado.
you endorse the candidate in Maine? That's a
Let me
Nazi?
reclaim my time, sir. Colorado Fusion Center says ICE white nationalist messaging could lead to violence. There is just numerous reports.
Who said that? Who said that? And what is they actually?
This is Colorado Fusion Center.
Yeah, tell me exactly what message you're talking about. Now, don't give me some poll that is ran by the left is talking about.
Let me
specific
let me
details that
reclaim
you're
my
saying that
time.
DHS said.
Let
Yeah,
me
you don't want
reclaim
to
my
talk about
time.
it but you want to throw out racism all the time to my
Mr.
partner.
Secretary,
Is it true?
Mr.
Charlotte, products that reverse Klan members. Hate map. Yeah, they Klan members. Look at them all. That's them. Marco Rubio toys with insufferable Rupp Jacobs. Oh, this is good. Oh, I hate this broad.
Last question for you. Mr. Secretary, who won the 2020 presidential election?
I'm not here to answer a question. We're talking about 2020. This is a foreign affairs committee.
Okay, great. You
Applying
can't answer the
political
question,
No, I
even
don't
though we
answer
all
no,
know that
I
President
don't answer
Biden
the
won.
question because the Secretary of State, I do not participate in domestic
This is
political
not about
issues.
domestic political issues.
certainly
This is
is.
about our democracy.
You're asking me to opine, just like I don't do campaign
It
rallies.
seems like
I don't
you-
do because as Secretary of State, we're not supposed to. That's been the long tradition of the department, and you should know that if you've been on this committee for any period of time. And
Mr.
you're-
Secretary, it seems like you have an issue admitting facts. You can't say that the president lost the 2020 election, just like you won't admit President Trump is losing this reckless war of choice, and just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means, and not because the facts are unclear to you, it's because telling the truth would cost you your job, and the American people are entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it, and my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know what shoes she's talking about. What is she talking about?
Representative Burchett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like to answer any of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the
I'll
shoes.
give
I mean,
you a
he gave me
minute.
some Florsheim shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about, and maybe that's what she's referring to.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
How can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is this the Foreign Affairs Committee? Like a circus? What is this?
I think it's a
Let's go.
circus, but I appreciate you.
It's a circus. It's a circus.
All of that is so stupid, Jim. You know,
It is, isn't it? I mean, this is what our government is. This is what the Democrats. This is what the Democrats have brought our government to. This is it. This is what our government is devolved into. This is crazy, right? It's insane. I hate everybody equally. This stupid bitch is reading her papers, retarded. Yeah. Joe, Arturo, and Third Ralify are alive. What do you think, Gundam? Who do you want to do? You want to do Joe? You want to do Arturo? You want to do Third Ralify? I mean, I was going to do either Third Ralify or Joe, I think. I mean, Joe doesn't really need it, but I don't know. A campaign staffer for candidate Stephanie Shaheen reportedly shoved a pastry into a reporter's camera to physically block questions about whether Shaheen supports Graham Plattner. This is crazy, right? Wow. It'd be nice if there was a video for that. Full story here. Let's see if there's any video. Oh, wait, there is a video. Oh, shit. There was a video, too, of, I'll get to that. So there is a video. I'm going to find the video. There is a video also. This is supposedly this person shoving a pastry in a camera. Cocksuckers. They get me every time.
Yeah.
Stephanie Shaheen, do you endorse Graham Plattner? Stephanie Shaheen, do you endorse the fellow Democrat Graham Plattner?
This is actually a crime, what she's doing. You can't do this. You can't. This is assault.
Do you think that his conduct is acceptable? Do you think that the voters in Maine should pick Graham Plattner? Stephanie Shaheen, do you endorse Graham Plattner?
I mean, that's a fucking crime. All right, you can't do that, and that's somebody. That's ridiculous. To be fair, Republicans do it too. Yeah, but you can't do that shit. You can't be doing that stuff. You can't. These people need to be arrested. Yeah, I did. There was let me find it. There was. Let me get it. There was a video came out of. Where is it? There was a video of. I saw it. Where'd it go? Of. Damn it! Where is it? Of what's her face? Of the person supposedly hitting that girl. Anyway, Third has, if you was watching, Joe may still be under 100. Arturo watching Jersey Live over 300. Well, we'll do Third Railify. Well, everybody. Want to thank everybody who was here tonight. I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. And let's see, do I have it already? No, I don't. I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. Yeah, I want to thank everybody who was here tonight, especially my guest, Lil Watermark, and all the people who came by. If you haven't already, please consider liking and subscribing to the channel. And if you, and if you want to subscribe, that would be great too. And I will see everybody tomorrow on BTM Reviews channel at 7 or 8 o'clock for Theory Thursday, as long as solar flares don't wipe us all out. And then at 10:30 or 10-ish with Joe. Good logic. So thank you all for being here. And come on back for Jim to tell you the news.